Good morning. I will now call the March 14, 2023 San Diego County Board of Supervisors regular meeting, Flood Control District meeting, Fire Protection District meeting, and In-Home Supported Services Public Authority meeting to order. I would like to first take a moment to acknowledge the land we call home. There are communities in the San Diego region that face unjust conditions and circumstances related to the environments in which they live. The tribal nations of the San Diego region are an example of these communities that have historically faced such injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respects to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from our cultural groups, the Kumea, the Dieguiño, the Luiseño, the Cupeño, and the Kawia. We aspire to learn from the indigenous traditional knowledge and experience in undoing the injustices of the past. As a reminder, according to the board rules and procedures, audience members shall not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or anything that disrupts the proceedings. And so with that, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. Supervisor Anderson. Supervisor Fletcher? Fletcher. Supervisor Desmond?
Here.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer?
Here.
Chairwoman Vargas?
Vargas here. We will now have Reverend Rachel Cooley-Schaller of the Kensington United Church of Christ deliver the invocation. And then following the invocation, Keisha Jarvis-Jones from the Foundation of Women Warriors will deliver the Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand for the invocation and the pledge.
Creator God, we seek you in this space, asking you to help us remember the spark of the divine of you inside each of us and in all of Earth's creations this day. May that remembrance move us out of ego. May it help us to listen with generosity to each other. May it guide our steps, taking our time to listen to the inner voice, to make wise decisions and steps. And above all, may it draw us closer to one another and to deep knowing that we are all connected. We belong to each other. Together, we share many abundant gifts from you, gifts of talents, resources, and the natural world. Help us, O God, to share these abundant gifts with greater freedom and with focus on equity and safety for all. We release those things that we are unable to do, knowing we can rely on others and on you to move as well. Give us diligent servants' hearts for the tasks ahead. Amen.
Thank you. I know we have her in person. Isn't that cool? Because we usually go to a video.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Ernie. Thank you, Ms. Jarvis-Jones. We're now going to go ahead and proceed with our proclamations. I will be presenting the first proclamation honoring the Bonita Valley Girls Softball Association, accepting the proclamation. The president of the association, Mr. All right, good morning, everyone, again. I am super thrilled about this particular proclamation because as we celebrate Women's History Month, I wanted to particularly, share one of the joys and pride of District 1, which is, I think many of you know that I'm a huge baseball and softball fan, and so for those that may not know, the first official Women's softball was created in 1895, which is like 8 years after the game was actually created for men. And so I wanted to make sure to take the time today and honor and recognize an organization that's been really committed to empowering the next generation of female athletes. Our Bonita Valley Girls USA Softball Association is the largest league in Southern California with 6 divisions for young girls between the ages of 4 through 14 to play in, which they look so cute when they do it too. So in their inaugural season, back from a break due to the COVID pandemic, the Bonita Valley Girls USA Softball Association registered over 300 players from our communities. There are young women who reflect our communities, and we know that girls and women who play sports have a higher level of confidence and self-esteem. I'm happy to share that the Bonita Valley Girls Softball team has over 900 players already registered for the spring and future fall seasons. And so I just wanted to take the time to not only congratulate the players, but also I wanted to congratulate the coaches, the parents, the families, and volunteers who have done an exemplary job of demonstrating and cultivating the values of good sportsmanship, citizenship, and leadership amongst the girls in and outside of the softball field. The Bonita Valley Girls Softball Association have champion titles at the district, state, and regional level, and while also promoting community partnerships and sponsorships to uplift their organizations. And so accepting this proclamation is Mr. Mancilla, who's the manager for the Bonita Valley Girls Softball president. He's the softball president. And so I'm going to go ahead and just read off the proclamation. And so the County of San Diego is committed to recognizing and honoring those individuals and organizations that are dedicated to the best ideals of public service. And the Bonita Valley Girls U.S. Softball Association is one such worthy organization. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Nora Vargas and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 14th day of March 2023 that they commend the Bonita Valley Girls USA Softball Association for their outstanding service in leadership, commitment to citizenship, and the citizens of the San Diego County. And so I do hereby declare this day to be Bonita Valley Girls USA Softball Association Day. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Vargas. We really appreciate this. This league has been around for a while. My daughters are towards their end of their playing career at Bonita Valley, but we strive to help these young girls and provide a safe environment for them to play in and keep the storied tradition of Bonita Valley alive. I can't do this without the immense support from our district commissioner, Nicole Taylor, and this is just some of the staff that of our volunteer staff. 700 girls, managing 700 girls isn't easy, and so with a staff of about, what do we have, 40? About 40 volunteers that not only care about this sport, but about the girls in our community. I always tell my team, this is the best thankless job that we will ever have, and we hope to continue striving towards producing and helping young women grow in this sport. So thank you very much.
All right, the next proclamation will be given by myself and Supervisor Desmond, honoring Brain Injury Awareness Month. Accepting the proclamation will be Rosalind Knox, the CEO of the San Diego Brain Injury Foundation. So, Supervisor, today I'm very honored to join Supervisor Desmond in elevating the work of the San Diego Brain Injury Foundation. As we recognize, please join us. As we recognize March as Brain Injury Awareness Month throughout the country. There are millions of adults and children in the U.S. living with some sort of permanent brain injury related to disability. Many of these injuries are a result of stroke, infectious diseases, brain tumors, and mild traumatic brain injuries, also known as concussions. Brain injuries affect more than just survivors. It affects families and close friends that have a lifelong recovery. Just some simple health facts on brain health that I want to share with you. Concussions happen often more than you think. According to the Brain Injury Awareness Association, someone in this country will experience a brain injury every 9 seconds. Concussion symptoms aren't always obvious when they happen. Symptoms may or may not present themselves in obvious ways. And unfortunately, concussions can sometimes go undetected because their symptoms may not appear related to head injury. Older adults are at higher risk for concussions, and preventive measures should be encouraged more. We tend to think about concussions or head injuries as they relate to youth sports and professional athletes, but older adults also face high risk of concussions simply from falling. Head injuries from falling are a common cause of hospitalization and can be fatal amongst adults over the age of 65. Helmets help prevent head injuries for people of all ages, and studies consistently indicate that we can decrease our risk of serious brain injuries by wearing helmets. When you ride a motorcycle, a bike, or a ride or horseback, or engage in sports and activities that may have a higher potential of head impacts, please make sure to wear a helmet. Today, we are recognizing the amazing work that the San Diego Brain Injury Foundation has been doing since 1983, and they own and operate Howard House, a 24-hour, long-hour, and short-term adult residential facility exclusively for brain injury survivors located in San Diego, in Escondido. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, and then that way we can do it together. So go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you, Chair Vargas, and I'm really grateful for being here today. The San Diego Brain Injury Foundation strives to be the center of information, to be the resource, and maintain quality services while providing education and community awareness for survivors and their families. The San Diego Brain Injury Foundation programs include individualized care coordination, helpline support, vocational services, peer mentoring, speaker groups, peer-to-peer support groups, educational scholarships, there's a long list of everything, and art programs for survivors, and much more. The San Diego Brain Injury will hold its annual Survive Headstrong Brain Injury Awareness Month and Walk this Saturday, March 18th, bringing San Diegans and survivors together in honor of Brain Injury Awareness Month and to celebrate brain injury survivors. And this is sponsored by attorney John Gomez. Here's a good little commercial. Sponsored by attorney John Gomez and the Gomez Trial Attorneys. Is he here?
I'm here.
You're right here. Oh, good. Thanks for stepping up. Now you're volunteering and contributing, so thank you. The County of San Diego is committed to recognizing and honoring those outstanding organizations that are dedicated to the best ideals of public service, and the San Diego Brain Injury Foundation is one such worthy organization. So now, be it proclaimed by Chair Nora Vargas and myself and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 14th day of March 2023 that we commend the San Diego Brain Injury Foundation for their leadership in educating and forming the San Diego community on surviving brain injuries by providing support and resources. And we hereby declare the month of March to be San Diego Brain Injury Awareness Month throughout San Diego County. So with that, I'll thank you very much. And do you want to speak? Oh, here we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this honor. I'm Cindy Parr, president of the San Diego Brain Injury Foundation. And as you can hear, we do many things for the community. We have been working for over 40 years, and we have great plans for the future. So I am very, very pleased to introduce you to our executive director, Dr. Rosalind Knox, who is leading us into even more wonderful things. Thank you so much for this.
Good morning. Again, we give our thanks to Chairwoman Vargas, Supervisor Desmond, and the entire board for recognizing the hard work that goes into helping families and survivors to recovery after an injury that has affected just your everyday way of life. And it is so important that we continue to always support and always try to bring more and more programs and legislation that will help survivors to be able to access quality care that will help them on that recovery. Too many times we have survivors that are not able to access care that will help them to reintegrate into their lives, back into the workforce, into social activities. We do a lot of services. Our services are free of charge. We have our inpatient, our assisted living facility in North County for those that are not able or may not be able to reintegrate. We want to bring services that give them true hope and an opportunity, because as we all know, brain injury can happen just like that. And everything changes, not only for the survivor, but for their families. I have a wonderful team here of our board of directors, our sponsors. One of our sponsors, John Gomez, who is in part presenting the 16th annual? Yes. 4 months on. The 16th annual Survive Headstrong Walk. And we are so excited to bring together the community, survivors, families, to celebrate these valiant people that say, I won't quit, I won't give up. And so we ask that you don't quit and you don't give up on them either, and always support them. So please see us on our website at sdbif.org and be a part of the work that we do. We thank you for your support. We thank you, board, for this proclamation. Right now, I'm going to let one of our sponsors for our annual walk talk about the walk, Jessica Lujan, on behalf of Gomez Law Firm. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Just briefly, on behalf of Attorney John Gomez and the rest of us at Gomez Trial Attorneys, we're honored to be a part of this today, and we're honored to be title sponsors of this weekend's Survive Headstrong event. The CDC has determined that vehicle accidents are the #1 cause of brain injuries. So it's our honor to help all brain injury survivors through our work with them. And thank you so much for having us. We're looking forward to this weekend's event.
We can clap.
Keep smiling. Good, keep smiling.
Okay.
Okay, the next proclamation will be given by Vice Chair Lawson Reamer, honoring the San Diego LGBT Center. Accepting the proclamation will be Samantha Scribner.
Thanks for doing this. Hi, how you doing?
Good.
Thank you for being here. Hi. Thank you for being here.
How you doing? Good
So
morning.
happy you guys are here.
Thank
You got
you
a
so
whole
much.
crew. Amazing.
We always travel in packs.
Okay. Wait, I talked first.
I know. I'm putting
Okay.
it in.
Hello. March is Women's History Month, so I'm very excited to have San Diego LGBTQ Center CEO, Kara Desert, and the center's entire staff and team here today. The center is a pillar of our community. It works every day to help people feel seen, feel welcome, and feel valued, and feel supported. The staff at the center are a beacon for our regional LGBTQ community, a community that is, thanks to, in large part to the center, more vibrant and bold than ever before. This year, the center celebrates 50 years of serving women through its dozens of programs and services, including housing services, senior services, Black services, Latinx services, transgender and non-binary services, behavioral health services, youth services, and sexual health and wellness programming. The center is committed to celebrating the visibility, diversity, and the major strides of all women, and for that I am so grateful. Whereas the County of San Diego is committed to recognizing and honoring individuals and organizations that are noteworthy and exemplary, and the San Diego LGBTQ Community Center is one such organization, now therefore be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Vargas and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors that we commend the San Diego LGBTQ Community Center for their years of outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to uplifting the lives of San Diego County families and residents, and do hereby declare the 14th day of March, 2023, to be the San Diego LGBTQ Community Center Day throughout San Diego County.
I'm Kara Desert. My pronouns are she, her, and hers, and I'm the CEO of our San Diego LGBT Community Center. Thank you so much, Vice Chair Lawson Reamer. We are honored to accept this Women's History Month proclamation on behalf of the center. This month, we celebrate the many incredible women who have paved the way and fought for our equality. And we uplift those who continue to create real progress for women in San Diego and throughout our global community. Cheers to the women. And when we say women, we mean all women, including transgender, non-binary, queer, and lesbian women, immigrant and refugee women, Black, Latina, Indigenous, Asian, Pacific Islander, Middle Eastern, and Desi women, women struggling with mental health and living in poverty, women living with HIV and with disabilities, women who choose not to have children, and women who are parents, especially the mothers of LGBTQ+ youth. And in a region with a real housing crisis, women experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. At the center, we are proud that our mission to enhance and sustain the health and well-being of our entire LGBTQ community includes women. We will continue to advocate for policies that support women's health, safety, and economic well-being, including fighting for spaces that are inclusive and welcoming to all women, and challenging the systems of oppression that have held women and the LGBTQ community and communities of color back for far too long, especially for our transgender women. At the center, we will continue to provide direct services to our LGBTQ community, including young women and girls, adults and senior women through all our programs, like our 2 drop-in centers for youth in Hillcrest and Chula Vista, our housing continuum that offers 8 housing programs from homelessness prevention to supportive housing, our sexual health and wellness services, including HIV and STI testing, our behavioral health services, and a host of support and discussion groups. Our community programs serve the full diversity of our community, from youth and seniors, families, everyone in between, through programs like Black services, Latino services, transgender, and non-binary services. 50 years ago, a group of activists founded our center. And from this very beginning and ever since, women have been there to lead us forward. I'm proud to continue that legacy of leadership as the first Latina CEO of the center and to serve alongside two fierce women who co-chair our board of directors, Sue Reynolds, who is here today, and Janessa Goldbeck, along with our incredible staff, volunteers, and our entire community. We are thrilled to see leadership at this Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer and Chair Nora Vargas, who has made history as the first Latina supervisor and first Latina chair of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you again for this proclamation and for your commitment to celebrating Women's History Month in a way that truly honors all women. Join us as we continue to fight to shatter glass ceilings everywhere and build a better San Diego for the next generation of women. And once again, when we say women, we mean all women. Happy Women's History Month to everyone.
The next proclamation will be given, congratulations, by the way. The next proclamation will be given by Vice Chair Lawson-Remer and Supervisor Fletcher, honoring the Women's Museum of California's 40th anniversary. Accepting the proclamation will be Melissa Jones.
I am honored to present this proclamation honoring Women's Museum of California. And I am excited to have Melissa Jones from the museum here with us today. The Women's Museum of California has educated and inspired thousands. It shows San Diegans and people from all over the experiences and contributions of diverse women by collecting, preserving, and interpreting their stories. This year, the museum is celebrating its 40th year. That's 4 decades of providing a space, workshops, exhibits, a free library, and so much more to elevate the vast history of women's achievements here in our region. Knowledge of women's strengths and contributions builds respect and nourishes self-esteem, crucial to all children and adults now and in the years to come. And with that, I thank the Women's Museum of California for their efforts in preserving women's history and providing a safe space for our community to come together and learn.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. It's an honor to join you and to really highlight this important organization at this important month at a time when women's rights continue to be under assault nationally. This organization and entity plays a vital role in helping educate, inspire, teach new generations. They've been archiving history, educating, and honoring incredible women in our region since 1983, helping preserve the past and reminding the story the only thing that's new is the history you don't know. Telling the history that folks may not know is a way to inform us of the ongoing efforts to ensure equality and fairness and to inspire future generations about what trailblazers before them have done. It's easy to forget that women didn't even have the right to vote in the United States until the 19th Amendment was ratified in 1920. The predominantly working class, disabled, and women of colors were legally sterilized by California state government under laws that remained on the books until 1979. The women's right to their bodily autonomy and reproductive choice was recognized only in 1973, and this decision has recently been overturned. For each and every one of these historic moments, women and allies, they lobbied, they marched, they demanded fairness. We continue to struggle with issues around equal pay and equal access, and long-held stereotypes and stigmas continue to perpetuate and exist. And I think that it is a wonderful endeavor to continue to tell the story and continue to push for a better, more equal and just future. I'm honored that the Women's Museum of California Education Center is in District 4 by the Euclid Trolley Station at the Jacob Center, a space where they invite students and community groups to participate in interactive workshops. Individuals walk away with an understanding of how to create positive change, being inspired by the stories of the past. And so it's my great honor to join with Vice Chair Lawson Remer to be it proclaimed by Chair Vargas and all the members of the Board of Supervisors. We commend the Women's Museum of California for its 40 years of outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to uplifting the lives of San Diego family counties and residents, and do hereby declare the 14th day of March 2023 to be Women's Museum of California Day throughout San Diego County. Congratulations, and please welcome Melissa Jones.
I say thank you to the County Board of Supervisors for recognizing the work that the Women's Museum of California has done for the past 40 years. We were started by a woman named Mary Maskell, who she believed that no girl should grow up believing that they can't do whatever it is that they wanted to do, because not only are women currently doing so many amazing things, but we have a whole entire history of women being lawyers and doctors and inventors and scientists that we don't get to learn about in school. And she equally thought it was important for young boys to learn this history, because if young boys are taught these stories in school, then they grow up understanding that the girls in their classroom are their equals, and when they enter the workforce, that women can be their leaders and bosses. So really what we strive to do every single day is to achieve gender equality through bringing light to the hidden histories of diverse women. And we are so grateful that during this time, when across the country, the history is being challenged, that we teach in our schools, that the County Board of Supervisors recognizes that when we include the stories of everybody, that students' participation in schools increases, that we tell a more accurate story of the American history, that students understand their role in civics, and that their participation in government and public service increases, and they're more likely to vote when they're 18. So we thank you for celebrating us, and we look forward to another 40 years of exhibits and educational programming. And one program that we're very proud of is the San Diego County Women's Hall of Fame, where for the past 20 years we have inducted over 100 women into our Hall of Fame. And we're very excited that this Saturday we're going to do our first in-person ceremony since 2019, where we're going to induct 7 women and 1 women organization into the Hall of Fame. Thank you.
Congratulations. The next proclamation will be given by Supervisor Fletcher, honoring the Foundation of Women Warriors. Accepting the proclamation will be CEO Jody Greiner.
We're here as a part of Women's History Month to continue to honor and recognize leaders throughout our community, and in particular organizations that continue to do great work. I spent a decade in the United States Marine Corps, including multiple combat deployments, and I served with some of the finest Marines in history, I would argue. I saw tremendous demonstrations of courage, of leadership. I saw tremendous sacrifice, and that was not tied or related in any way to your gender. I saw heroic actions of women who stepped forward in leadership roles in military service to our country, and they have not always been afforded the same access to every position and job. Even at a time when women were not technically allowed to serve in what we called combat arms MOSs, they still served in combat. They still served in combat zones. They were wounded, they were killed, they were captured, and they demonstrated tremendous bravery. But they did all of that in spite of tremendous societal disadvantages. The requirement and burden that women bear on issues of raising families and taking care of, the judgment and things that are put in place, along with all of the impacts of trauma, of war, of combat. And so I think it is entirely appropriate today that we recognize the Foundation for Women Warriors, an organization based here in San Diego County, which is dedicated to honoring and empowering the female veterans community. They have been in existence for a considerable amount of time. In 1920, the McElroy family donated a piece of land in Hollywood to help house mothers and widows of American soldiers lost in the Spanish-American War and World War I. And what started out as 5 bungalows to house widows, war nurses, and mothers of fallen service members, now 100 years later, and a few name changes, is based here in San Diego County. The Foundation for Women's Warriors, dedicated to honoring and empowering women veterans throughout San Diego County. Their mission states, we understand that a major barrier to maintaining housing, receiving mental health, or advancing one's career are the unmet basic needs such as financial stability, adequate child care, stable employment, and a support system. And they step in to provide that support system. They provide emergency stipends to help cover rent, utilities, and other necessities. They offset child care costs to assist veterans who want to pursue an education or just be able to keep their jobs. We were talking before the meeting today around the cost of child care when you're on active duty versus when you leave, when you're on base versus you walk off base, and the burdens and challenges that that entails. They offer professional development, access to scholarships, internships, and mentorship opportunities. And finally, they help ensure that they connect veterans to mental health, housing, and employment opportunities. Since 2017, the Foundation for Women Warriors has served over 6,000 women and children, provided 2,600 child care days, and almost 24,000 housing days. And I'm honored to be joined by 2 fellow Marines, Jody Grenier, the CEO of the Foundation for Women Warriors, and Keisha Javis-Jones, their Community Partnership Director, along with other key and vital members of their team and staff. We want to thank you for what you do. We want to recognize the work. We want to be here to continue to support it. And so it's my honor to be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Nora Vargas and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors this 14th day of March 2023 that we commend the Foundation for Women Warriors for outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to their community, and hereby declare this day to be Foundation for Women Warriors Day throughout San Diego County. And I'd like to welcome Jody and Keisha to the podium.
Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Fletcher, you can do our testimonial. He really covered the gambit. So women have served our country dating as far back as the Revolutionary War, where they disguised themselves as men. And for years, women have fought for their right to fight. Women have been on the forefront of our national security, and for years and years, lacked the recognition of their male counterparts. And this lack of recognition has meant that there's numerous issues that have arisen from this lack of recognition. Women veterans are the fastest growing segment of the veteran population. However, they're also the fastest growing segment of the homeless veteran population. Our organization ensures that we prevent homelessness by providing things like child care assistance to those looking to work or go to school or do both. A lot of women have to put their education on hold to go into the military, so we afford them the opportunity to take their GI Bill and attain the quality of life that they've offered everyone else in this room and across the country. So I thank you all for being here today and recognizing the work that we do at Foundation for Women Warriors. And without further ado, Keisha will tell you a little bit more about how you can learn more about women's military history.
Thank you, Jody. So in honor of of Women's History Month, the foundation, one of the part of the missions is honoring her service. And in order to properly do that, we educate the general public. Coming up on March 25th, we'll be holding a special screening of the 6888 documentary in Balboa Park at the Museum of Photographic Arts. The 6888 is a World War II unit of over 855 Black women. They went unrecognized for many years, and they just received the Congressional Gold Medal signed by President Biden in 2022. During that time, right now there's only about a handful of them still living today. And we are honored to be able to not only host the general public, but also the co-producer, Colonel Edna Cummings, United States Army retired, as well as family members from the 6888. Many of their family members did not even know about their time in service until they had passed away by finding letters or memorabilia. So we're honored to be able to share this documentary with everyone in the general public, and we hope that you all can join us. You can find tickets on foundationforwomenwarriors.com.
Congratulations. The next proclamation will be given by Supervisor Anderson honoring American Red Cross Month, and accepting the proclamation will be the Regional CEO, Sean Mahoney.
Nice to see you. Good morning, everybody. Sean, before we start, I just want to thank you for your 27 years in the Coast Guard serving our nation. I appreciate your hard work. Today, I have the privilege of recognizing a great organization that's near to my heart. It's the American Red Cross. They have consistently provided health and aid to people throughout San Diego County and the United States. Every 8 minutes, somebody is affected by disaster and is assisted by the Red Cross, showcasing their commitment to public safety. Here in San Diego, we've counted on them time and time again, and I can speak firsthand, having lived in the fire zone of East County, how important the role that you all play. So thank you for that. I'm proud to honor you with a proclamation, and tonight we'll be lighting our county building in red to recognize the exceptional work here in San Diego County. On the proclamation, the last line says, "Let it be proclaimed by Chairwoman Nora Vargas and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2023 as American Red Cross Month throughout San Diego County, to recognize their noble and lasting dedication to the health of all people throughout San Diego County and the United States." Thank you for your great work, and it's a privilege to recognize you all. Would you like to share words?
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. I remember visiting our shelter together during the Border 32 fire, and we appreciate our close relationship with the county supervisors, the chair, and the staff. Our volunteers and our small team are out doing the mission right now as we speak. Disaster responses have been growing across the state with wildfires, atmospheric rivers, whatever comes our way. But it makes it worthwhile for our volunteers to hear a word of thanks, whether from a displaced family who might say that they never knew anyone would be there with a hot meal, shelter, and hope after they've lost their home, or for us to hear someone who saved a life after receiving CPR training say, "I'm glad I had that knowledge when I needed it most." Or a service member thank the Red Cross for helping them get home from deployment during a family emergency. Or a patient who received life-saving blood transfusion, thank selfless blood donors in our community. This recognition from the county makes it worthwhile as well. Thank you also, as you said, for lighting the building red tonight. I think we'll be here with our cameras this evening in recognition of Red Cross Month. We're grateful for our partnership with the county, and I look forward to bringing this recognition back to our team. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for all you do. The final proclamation will be given by Supervisor Desmond, honoring retired Captain E. Royce Williams. Accepting the proclamation will be retired Captain Royce Williams.
Permission to come aboard. Stand right here. Permission grant, thank you. All right. All right. Just like in the military, we asked you to get here at 9, and it's hurry up and wait. And so thank you very much. It is my honor as an enlisted Navy veteran myself, and a distinct privilege to introduce one of the greatest fighter pilots ever recorded in military history, and a true hero, Captain E. Royce Williams of the United States Navy, retired from North County and Hidden Meadows at San Diego here. So Captain Williams is a highly decorated veteran, which includes the Silver Star and 2 Distinguished Flying Crosses. On November 18th, 1952, Lieutenant Royce Williams was serving with Fighter Squadron 781 on the USS Oriskany, an aircraft carrier, and he participated in an early morning major strike on an industrial complex 5 miles from the North Korean and Russian border. Later that day, Lieutenant Williams, he was a section lead of 4 planes, a Panther combat air patrol, to defend the task force, the carrier task force of the Oriskany and Force 77. They launched the mission in treacherous weather conditions, and the 4 planes encountered 7 superior Russian MiG-15s. And due to complications, mechanical complications, the other 3 aircraft of the 4 had to return home. On his own, Lieutenant Williams, unhesitantly, and with no regard for his personal safety or risk of life, he engaged the 7 Russian MiG-15s and was what is described as the longest dogfight in the history of the U.S. Navy. Most dogfights last less than 4 minutes. For nearly 40 minutes, Lieutenant Williams' superb pilot skills and gunnery accounted for 6 of MiGs downed. He eventually stopped the attack on the USS Oriskany in its tracks. He was awarded ace in a day. And ace is you could 5 aircraft shut down. It takes years sometimes for that to happen. He did it in 1 day. And less than a handful of pilots have ever received this honor. Out of ammo and suffering from a major hit, Lieutenant Williams successfully, he disengaged and returned to the USS Oriskany using the weather as a cover. And after he landed, it was revealed his aircraft, the Panther, had 263 bullet holes in it. So Lieutenant Williams' singular act of valor is still unmatched in either the Korean War, the Vietnam War, or any war since then. And whereas the County of San Diego, we're committed to recognizing and honoring the outstanding individuals that are dedicated to the best ideas of the public and in public service and military service. And Captain E. Royce Williams is one such worthy individual and should never be forgotten. Therefore, be it proclaimed by myself, Chair Vargas, and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors that on this 14th day of March 2023, we highly commend Captain Royce Williams' tremendous act of valor, ace in a day, for having to keep these heroic actions top secret, actually, for over 50 years, and for keeping true to the red, white, and blue. We proudly hereby declare today to be Captain E. Royce Williams Day throughout San Diego County. Congratulations, Captain. Congratulations. Did you want to say a few words? Okay. I just want to add, his birthday's coming up on April 4th, so we want to wish you a very happy birthday to you and your entire family. And he said he didn't have anything to say, but we'll see about that.
On April 4th, I'll be getting old. I turn 98. Indeed, it's an honor to be here. I thank the people that are behind it. The supervisors are really my kind of people. I live out in kind of a rural area called Hidden Meadows. It's a lovely place. It's a nation honor place. Every occasion they'll do something to show the flag. I really have a lot of appreciation for this day. I never thought it would ever happen, but surprise, and thank you so much, County Supervisors. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Usually we get a picture back here. Do you want to do it here?
No. Yeah, but we can do it. I'm going to show you real quick.
Yeah, you bet.
Also, Royce Williams, by his selfless actions back in 1952, have taught people today about commitment, sacrifice, courage, integrity, citizenship, and patriotism. And I only ask one question. If you were able to save tens of thousands of lives, would you consider that a life well spent? That's what he did. And there was only one error in the citation. There were 4 on that combat air patrol. 2 had to leave because of technical difficulties, and 1 essentially abandoned him. And he, to what they thought was imminent slaughter, and he took on 7 of the most fierce fighter aircraft that the world had ever known, and he closed and shot them down again and again and again, and only 1 of them returned out of the 7 that launched from that airfield in the Soviet Union. He's a great hero, and we're not done yet, and we got a really good chance at getting him the Medal of Honor by the end of the year. Thank you.
Yeah, just do the picture right here. All right. Yes. Served 37 years in the United States Navy.
Congratulations. We're going to go ahead and proceed with non-agenda public communications. Take your time, don't worry, we're good. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on today's agenda. The only action that the board may take is referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. Reminder, according to rule number 4A, members of the public that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will get twice the allotted time for their comments, which is 4 minutes. To better facilitate the meeting, we will have 5 speakers in person, 5 speakers via phone, and the rest of the non-agenda public communication will be heard at the close of today's meeting. Clerk, can you please call the speakers?
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 22 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 8 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. As the Chairwoman indicated, we'll be calling the first 5 speakers. All the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'd like to invite forward the following individuals: Mike Borello, Oliver Twist, Mark, Justin Castro, and Pam. If I've called your name, please come forward. And again, I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Mark. Democrats and Republicans will agree. No one wants this. The San Diego City Council is approving the same type of smart streetlights that China has, ALPR, automated license plate readers. This is the most dangerous control possible, which is why China uses it. Any promises to solve crimes are a Trojan horse, and we shall never recover from this totalitarian weapon if it gets approved. Any promises of oversight are lies. Facial recognition will eventually be added, and the police and government will abuse this technology to control us if you don't get together with everyone to stop this now. The Soviet Union began the same way, promising to make things better, just before they killed 100 million of their own people. At this moment, there are people in China protesting who have no chance because of automated license plate readers, ALPR. Dictator Macron is using this in France as he shoots rubber bullets and tear gas at his own people, defying their freedom to rule themselves. This is a global takeover. It is real, and you had better stop the San Diego City Council, who is trying to do the vehicle mileage tax and more tolls on our roads we were taxed to build. Why should people pay a parking meter for a road they built for themselves? The same city council that is proposing to steal 3 months of landlords' rent to move back into their own home instead of solving the problem by making corporations pay people a real livable wage and giving tenants 4 months' notice. A 5th grader could have figured this out immediately, but they are not interested in solving anything. Just taking your property rights, your right to privacy, anything to control you and steal your money and property. Stop automated license plate readers now. Do you want to live in America or China? You will not get a second chance. By the way, to understand this, everyone needs to see Rosa Corey's video. It's the 3rd one down here. The title's here. It's on YouTube free. My time is up.
Next speaker, please.
Just a reminder, we have guidelines as how we behave in our chambers. So please, if you can make sure to follow those guidelines.
Hi, Pam. I'm going to try a little Spanish, so forgive me if it's not great. Estos son los rostros de los impuestos sobre las millas. The faces of the mileage tax, or now the road user charge. Sandag, of which you are the chair, Nora, and Hassan Nakrata, CEO, have a vision to charge county residents to pay to drive their personal vehicles anywhere, anytime, including outside the county. Hassan Nakrata wants to change your behavior, his words, to force people out of their vehicles onto mass transit, claiming county residents hate the environment, his words again. By the way, Hassan is not an elected official, but he makes decisions impacting county residents. Visitors from outside of San Diego County will not be charged. On March 2nd, 2023, on KUSI, Nora, You commented on the importance of doing everything to make sure every person in the county has the opportunity for the American dream and to be sure working families have the tools they need to not just survive, but thrive. Those are your words. As you laughed, you stated, and I quote, "This is not a mileage tax, but a road user charge, and it will not be in the 2025 Sandag Regional Plan," unquote. But you indicated it could be put in play by the state legislature or governor. Interesting, what you did not say, Nora, was that you would support working families and fight this road user charge from ever being implemented. This is deceptive to all county residents who drive a vehicle for any purpose. The intention of this road user charge is to get people out of their vehicles and onto public transportation in the name of climate change. The majority of county residents have no idea this charge is in their future. About 6 cents a mile for about $900 per year, per car, per driver. Jim and Joel oppose this road user charge, but Tara and Nathan are strongly in favor. Contact all of them and say no road user charge.
Next speaker, please.
Mike Borello. March 8th, Select Bipartisan House Committee hearing investigates the origin of COVID. Serious question, millions died, but House Democrats shamefully play the race card. March 6th, Truth spoke before this council. A first, no matter, her words once again fell on deaf ears. March 6th, experts reveal malfeasance in CDC bivalent booster benefit risk analysis. It's definitely flawed, says Allison Krug, epidemiologist, revisiting the analysis. The risk-benefit analysis is a marketing strategy to maximize uptake of the vaccine. March 5, Dr. Bhattacharya. There was never a scientific consensus. It was a small group of very powerful scientific bureaucrats that hijacked science before the public eye, dominating media and politicians. The result, a catastrophic response to COVID. February 25th, Woody Harrelson speaks truth before a live SNL audience. Comic relief to soften the greatest public health disaster ever. Valentine's Day, Gill et al., autopsy, histopelagic cardiac findings in 2 adolescents following the second COVID-19 vaccine dose. Well, 94 other kids died in a 3-month period from the vaccines. January 2023, Cochrane Review publishes masks, among other interventions to stop transmission of COVID-19, were useless. September 21st, 2022, Turney et al., Journal of Clinical Experimental Immunology. The mRNA vaccines are neither safe or effective, but outright dangerous. And today, San Diego County continues to promote, endorse, and facilitate COVID-19 vaccination. COVID is not over. It is just heating up.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good morning. Oliver Twist here. First, I just wanted to quickly give a nod to an act of compassion and humanity that I saw, a profound act of compassion and humanity from your CAO, Helen Robbins-Myers, proving that she is not only a stellar CAO, but also a stellar human being. Thank you, Helen. Good morning, board and staff. Happy Pi Day, power to the math nerds. And speaking of math, I want to start highlighting the numerous problems with the mileage tax that is supposedly off the table, unless, of course, wink, wink, nod, nod, that the state mandates it, right? Any road usage charge program is essentially asking the public to give you a blank check. You design the system first, then you'll work out the details, right? That is not how good governance works. To highlight some concerns, an article by Thomas Buckley in thenewgeography.com detailed some price structuring possibilities and 5 basic ways the VMT per mile rates could be calculated. These include straight miles, highway major artery at a lower fee for some areas, higher on others, congestion miles during heavy traffic, time miles similar to our SDG time of use plan, also a thing called cordon miles for certain areas. So you are essentially telling us to trust you until such time as you decide to actually let us in on how you will implement the charges. So many to be determined and unknowns equals much room for abuse. The state of California and Sandag are designing an entirely new system with vast capacity for abuse and surveillance, both for privacy as well as pricing opacity and subjective, quote, flexibility. You burned the trust bridge with COVID. All details for pricings and plans should be disclosed transparently to the public, not nebulously worked in at some later time. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Okay, hello. My name is Justin Castro. I worked with the County of San Diego for about 20 years, straight out of high school. Through that time, I did the poll work allocation, ballot order, helped balance the budget, saved the county documented millions of dollars. Now, I'm not coming out to you guys and ask, hey, Joel, can you pay attention real quick? Tara, everyone, please. This is very, very important. Our ballots, our elections are in danger. The amount of missing ballots that we have could change the election so many times it's not even funny. Every ballot is unidentifiable, which means interchangeable. If you go ahead and you take a look and you could open up an envelope using heat, steam, anything like that, and you want to go ahead and claim that the elections are legit. You know this just as much as I do, that every ballot is unidentifiable. And the amount of ballots that you have missing for all the elections is unexcusable. You did this while you were working here, and you worked hard to increase the amount of ballots that was missing. And then everyone who spoke up against you, you pushed out. The Registrar of Voters office right now is empty. It's mostly people left because they ran, because they were afraid that they were gonna get sued out of their mind, because all the elections that you are performing are illegitimate, at least in the last 4 years. You want me to take a look by precinct, all the missing ballots, compare that to the number of ballots gone through third-party means? You don't have a control over third-party means, and that includes the post office. That includes everyone. All the ballots going through could be changed. You know that, and I know that, and you convinced entire California to believe that. You could go ahead and control that.
Thank you.
Consuelo, this is your first warning.
Now we'll hear from those that requested to speak by phone.
This is your second warning. Third warning, you'll be out.
Now we'll hear from those that requested to speak by phone. Again, we'll be hearing from the first 5 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Paul Henkin. On March 7, NBC 7, the TV channel, reported that Sandag had plans for more carpool lanes, high-speed rail, transit link at the airport, and stations to connect to bus and trolley. Where have they been all these years? We already have this transit link and stations connecting bus and trolley. We could use more, but Sandag should work on these instead of urban planning in 15-minute cities. And their plan is for all-day bus service that's at least 20 hours a day. That should cut down wait times a bit for the night shift. Where the bus runs, that is. Where will it put more carpool lanes? By moving homes, farms, and businesses? Good luck eating, shopping, and not hearing your neighbors. And we all know where the state got with high-speed rail. Nora said that the road usage tax is, quote, not on the table anymore, unquote. Then Sandag should not keep bringing up VMT. Sandag passes proposals with 4 votes rather than a majority, and that's not democratic. It's a public group, not a private club. And for you to pay those contracts Sandag made where there was no amount on bottom line or written in or just later is $259 million of waste, fraud, and abuse. Our money. Nora, what have you done to avoid these problems and keep Sandag a transportation agency? Or maybe we should just abolish Sandag. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning. Kathleen Lippett here. I'd like to point out, on behalf of Public Health, you've been supporting over the last 2 years have allowed you your most pressing addiction, overdose, homeless numbers, and mental health problems to grow. They are reactive, ineffective, costly, and have led to anguish and heartbreak on the part of families whose loved ones became its victims. The county could not and should have recognized high THC products as a causal factor in driving all these problems. They are available at both permitted and unpermitted marijuana businesses. High THC products have been identified as contributing to the 2,000% increase in poisonings among children, the majority of whom are under 5, with an 800% increase in marijuana potency since 2010. Potency matters, not just for poisonings, but for its contribution to harming the brains you say you want to protect. With a 30-year high in teen youth, the CDC, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, and addiction psychiatrists like Elizabeth Stewart are alarmed by the resulting increased addiction, psychosis, depression, anxiety, sleep disorders, suicidal ideation, and violence. The county paradoxically concludes that the industry deserves unprecedented privileges and support. It is not the path to eliminating the illicit market and creating a safe, regulated market. That diversion strategy is shared by the marijuana industry profiteers. Whether licit or illicit, high THC products and reactive policies over prevention strategies are the problem. Preventing abuse and addiction is long overdue and an effective strategy that serves the public interest over private industry. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. For the next caller.
Barbara Gordon. As a public health educator, I wanted to share with you a recent news release from the American College of Cardiology with the caution that cannabis use is not without risk. They went on to say people who use cannabis daily were found to be 1/3 more likely to develop coronary artery disease compared with people who had never used the drug. According to the study that was presented at the American College of Cardiology's annual scientific session, together with the World Congress of Cardiology, it said the data from 1,775 people conducted this research first analyzed the relationship between cannabis use frequency and the rate of coronary artery disease, spanning several years. After adjusting for age, sex, major cardiovascular risk factors, the results indicated that daily cannabis users were 34% more likely to have coronary artery disease than those who had never used cannabis. This study is among the largest and most comprehensive to date to examine the potential long-term cardiovascular implications of using this drug. Coronary artery disease is the most common form of heart disease. I urge this board to carefully consider the risks of cannabis as you make policy decisions regarding this industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next speaker.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I am a mentor and tutor for a diverse group of high school students. I was concerned about a media item regarding the City of San Diego increasing pot businesses would assist communities of color. Because I hear the same rhetoric at the county, I would like to suggest that extension of big marijuana's footprint in the county would assist communities of color is disingenuous. Historically, alcohol, tobacco, and now marijuana businesses always seem to end up selling disproportionately in lower-income neighborhoods. The National Public Health Group Truth Initiative has for 20 years documented the health disparities that occur in communities of color because of this practice. Death and disease caused by products that are smoked and vaped are still the leading cause of death and preventable diseases in the country. And for minority communities for whom lack of health care also exists, this has been devastating. This is not the time for expansion of marijuana businesses in the county. Let's first see if the state can solve their own problems that the county is now stuck with, including out-of-control pot production and the lack of enforcement actions against the unpermitted marketplace. Thank you for hearing me, and thank you for honoring and recognizing so many amazing women today. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller this morning.
Good morning. My name is Diane Grace. I come here today as a very concerned mother, grandmother, and parent group member. I would like to share with you a long-running program for which I am the director. I coordinate 9 after-school programs for elementary school students who could use extra academic and social attention because of being marginalized or overlooked. Each elementary school student is paired with a high school student who could benefit from the joy that comes with community service, especially when it is to younger students. This is a very successful strategy as elementary school students often return to the program as teens, bringing their hard-earned coping skills with them to assist elementary school students. Because of my work, I hope as the county looks at equity that they will make sure that children, youth, and young adults are protected. Parents and grandparents like me have become increasingly concerned that the interest of marijuana businesses are taking precedence over young people. Surely this shouldn't be true since youth are the most important place to invest. As a great statesman, Frederick Douglass said, quote, "It is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men," end of quotes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. Again, all the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session.
All right. Thank you so much. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes, statements of proceedings for the San Diego County Board of Supervisors regular meeting and the Fire Protection District meeting of February 28, 2023. Is there a motion to approve? We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. We will now proceed with the formation of our consent calendar, items 1 to 21 in the Fire Protection District, item number 1. Members of the public will be able to comment on the consent calendar after the supervisors pull the items they would like to pull for discussion. Supervisor Anderson?
I don't wish to pull anything, but I would like to speak to item 5 real quickly. I'm very pleased to support item 5. It's $500,000 from the California Department of Public Health. That's included in the state budget. This funding would allow San Ysidro Health to purchase a mobile health clinic to increase rural residents' access to health care. There are only 2 federally qualified health centers in the unincorporated area of my district, and they're way too far for most people, most residents, to get access to. This mobile clinic will bridge the service gap and provide opportunities for preventative health care in chronic disease management and much more. I want to recognize San Ysidro Health for all their hard work and advocacy on this project, and I want to thank former Assembly member Randy Vopel, who fought to get this in the state budget. And I want to thank you in advance for supporting this, colleagues.
Supervisor Fletcher?
Thank you. I want to take a moment on item 2, an item I'm pleased to bring forward with Chair Vargas. Tackling the issue of homelessness requires all of us doing everything we can. We're very fortunate in San Diego to have a district attorney who cares deeply about these issues. has been instrumental and leader in pushing for issues around mental health and addiction, and is here before us today with an initiative that she initiated and brought forward to really help us be able to better connect individuals who are experiencing homelessness to services that are available. Right now, it's a disjointed, fragmented system where an outreach worker might have to make multiple calls to multiple places to try and find a location. And moving forward on this app model will help us have an inventory of available services that any outreach worker or anyone involved in trying to help those that are unsheltered can immediately access services, find where they may be available, and connect the right person to the right care at the right time. And I'm very grateful to Chair Vargas for partnering on this and to our district attorney for the incredible work. On item 4, I want to just mention our last meeting, we championed the new Child and Family Wellbeing Department, not just a reorganization, but really a reorientation of our approach to kids in our county. The recognition we want to keep kids in their home, we want to support families. The need to remove a child should be viewed as our failure to intervene early with preventive services. Item 4 is the creation of a prevention hub that will really drive this approach in practice. And with this contract, we have the opportunity to link families to preventive services to prevent them from coming in contact with the juvenile justice system or the child welfare system or others. Includes access to substance abuse programs, mental health services, in-home parenting programs, kinship navigation services, and so much more. And so really excited to see this. And then finally on item 10, I want to thank Director Acosta, Director Medved, Director Albright, and all the county staff who've been involved in getting us moving forward on the Casa de Oro Library. This is another step that we are taking moving forward to complete this. The community, friends of Casa de Oro Library, and others have been instrumental in this effort, and I'm very pleased to see us moving forward and appreciative. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve the remaining items on consent.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing to pull. I just have a comment, a couple of comments. And also on item number 2 here, I want to thank our District Attorney, Summer Steffen, and her office for bringing this forward, for my colleagues' support on this as well. And it's encouraging to see innovation and new technology being pursued in our effort to get people off the streets and into the help that they need. As noted in the board letter, homelessness and crime are often intertwined, with drastically higher rates of an individual who's experiencing homelessness becoming a crime victim or an offender. And I completely agree with our District Attorney, Summer Steffen, that homelessness is both a humanitarian and a public safety crisis. And I'm looking forward to seeing this system implemented. I'm also going to be registering, I don't need to pull it or vote separately, but I want to register a no vote on item 11 on the consent. This is on the cannabis tax. Thank you.
Thank you. So I also want to just acknowledge the District Attorney, Summer Steffen, for her leadership on this particular issue on item number 2. I don't have any other items to pull. I'm sorry, Vice Chair. I missed you. Go ahead. No.
Thank you. I have just a couple of comments, nothing to pull. Just on item 4, I think this is really wonderful, this cultural hub, and want to thank our state leaders for making this happen. Our board's been really committed to making San Diego a welcoming community, and I think this is a really important additional step in that direction. And I also want to thank our DA, Summer Steffen, for your leadership on these important issues. So thank you for being here today.
Sorry about that. All right, so with that, again, to our District Attorney, I just wanted to say thank you for your leadership, and this is the type of transformational innovation I think that we need in order for us to address one of the biggest challenges that we face in our, not only in our region, but in our state. And so I think this pilot program could be a really wonderful model as we're moving forward and trying to ensure that everyone is housed. And I loved hearing Tamara this morning during our press announcement about this item and stating that really the way we solve homelessness is to make sure that everybody has access to a home. And so we're going to continue to we know that this is a multi-pronged process, and we're going to continue to do everything we can as a county, but I think this is the kind of true partnership that we need. And so I am excited to vote for this and to continue to think of other ways that we can move forward. So that with that, I would like to acknowledge that our District Attorney Summer Stephan is here present. I'm going to ask her to join us so that she can first go ahead and make comments on this item. And I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you so much, Summer Stephan, San Diego County District Attorney. Thank you, Chair Vargas, and thank you, Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer, and thank you to the former chair with whom I started item 2, and appreciate getting the full support of the new chair on this item and everyone here, all the supervisors. So to put it simply, I am very excited today, and I'm very excited because this represents the hard work of people out there that have been trying to do the job, the difficult, complex job of reaching out and helping folks experiencing homelessness. We've heard from them. The beauty of this is not designed by the DA's office or any one person. It's designed by the community for the community to be usable, to be user-friendly, and to provide a transformation. And one of the main things about it is that it truly supports equity and transparency based in data, which we really need, so that people aren't using sticky notes to try to shelter somebody in desperate need. When you look at the fact that our homeless folks not only suffer higher health factors, but they also suffer 118 times the overdose rate from mainly fentanyl than the rest of the population, that they experience 25 times the victimization through brutal assaults that happen on them on the streets, and that their unchecked, untreated mental health and addiction also drives criminal activity to support the buying of more drugs. The ability to house them effectively and suitably is going to be a game changer, I believe. And the reason I can state that so confidently is because this is not, this is a first of its kind in the nation. So I really think, again, people around the nation are going to look to San Diego. They're already calling about this. My office tells me as soon as they heard about it. But it is based on a tested model that we did for victims. During the pandemic, our victims were trapped with their abusers. We needed to get them out safely and quickly and not have them end up homeless. So we invited this technology solution called the Safe Shelter Collaborative. We brought down the time of housing victims to 8 minutes instead of 10 days, which we didn't have. And in many times during that 10 days, the victim is convinced to remain with the abuser and have the problem and the violence escalate. So bringing this solution to all of homelessness, having an inventory, having a data lake that's going to tell this board what is missing in our inventory, what can we do? Is there enough housing for mothers and children? Is there enough housing for people who need to have their pet with them as a therapeutic companion? What is it that we need? It's going to give us that data of what is available and what isn't available. Thank you so much for your support. It's a true honor to be able to work on innovative solutions with this board and our amazing CAO. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we have a motion and a second, but now we're going to go ahead and turn it over to public comment. Clerk.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 15 requests to speak on items on the consent calendar, 6 in person and 9 requesting to speak by phone. Any members of the public that requested to speak on the items on the consent calendar by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward the following individuals: Ramla Sahid, Cheryl Wagner, and Glenn Morgan. If called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Thank you so much and good morning. I'm Ramla Sahid. I'm the Executive Director of PANA, and I'm here this morning with our Deputy Director, Maida Yusufi, our youth organizer, Lucky Adam, Asma Abdi, our policy associate, and Muna Shego, who is a community leader and fierce advocate, PANA member. We're here to simply say thank you. This is tremendous and historic. We thank our County Board of Supervisors for your support, for drawing down state resources to benefit our region's refugee and immigrant communities. We also thank Senate Pro Tem Tony Atkins for being a champion for all San Diego County families and fighting to ensure that the state budget reflects the needs and priorities of our refugee immigrant communities. And we thank you for fighting to help make that happen as well. Again, can't say thank you enough, right? Immigrant and refugee families who are working to rebuild home and belonging in San Diego experience what we call the perpetual outsider syndrome due to overt and covert racism and biases. Representation and safe cultural spaces matter. Creating this refugee hub is an important step towards building stronger communities and a sense of belonging between our communities who have for so long felt disenfranchised and our region's public health institutions and public institutions, period. So thank you again for supporting this historic project, and we look forward to working with you to bring down even more state resources in the future. Thank you, and thank the staff especially. Helen, your staff are wonderful. Caroline has been amazing, so thank you.
Next speaker, please. Also invite forward the speakers in opposition, Mark, Mike Borello, and Audra. And again, if the speakers could please identify which item on consent they're speaking on. Final call for Cheryl Wegner and Glenn Morgan.
Mark, less than 6 seconds per item. What a joke. Item 1, sheriffs support auto license plate readers, which is mass stalking, automated, computerized mass stalking. 3, now they want to outlaw compost and wood piles at your residence, in your yard, in the name of stopping fires, making a safe space. Conflict of interest. Nathan Fletcher's with the WEF, World Economic Forum, and Klaus Schwab specifically said in his video, which has been called out on the board several times, that he's penetrated governments. So it's a joke that he's voting on a conflict of interest. That's absolutely absurd. 17, 18, and 19, community enhancement. The Bear is an indoctrination book. To understand this, people out there need, you simply won't understand what I'm talking about. This isn't right or left. If you see the Rosa Corey video, it's the third one down here, right here. If you see this video and go to the very end of the video, she'll talk about the UN indoctrination books to scare the crap out of children and make them feel bad about themselves. It's much more intelligent, way more involved than that. She was a branch chief for the Department of Transportation, and her reputation is beyond reproach. So you should definitely check that out, as well as these other quick videos on YouTube. Let's see, what else? As far as appointments go, the mayor and Elo Rivera were actually proposing taking landlords' money when they've committed no crime without any due process. They should be thrown out of government altogether. It's all such a joke. You guys need to pay attention.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mike Borello speaking to 15, 18, and 19. So Vargas, 150,000 to Pacific Arts Movement and Robotics Inspiring Science and Engineering. Anderson, 10,500 to Tierra Santa Community Council. Fletcher, $45,972 to Arts Bus Express and Experience Nature Unplugged. All political gifts. These don't involve COVID at all by a stretch. I do not consent. Eligibility for use of ARPA funds includes COVID-19 expenditures. You make statements about equity, sustainability, and fiscal impact, but your proposals nowhere do you address a matter of priorities according to need. Your proposed spending of ARPA money today is simply shameful political gifting. Priorities should be in this order. identifying county residents injured or killed by the COVID-19 vaccines, allocating funds to help the permanently disabled recover and establish trusts for those who can't be healed, reimbursing survivors for medical costs incurred by family members killed by the COVID-19 vaccines, reimbursement of legal costs incurred by employees that challenged vaccine mandates and lost their jobs, job placement programs for employees that lost their job over vaccine mandates, and lastly, public re-education programs on truthful statistics regarding COVID-19 vaccine injury and harm. You continue to lie that the vaccines are safe and effective. They aren't. For ARPA money, permanent disability from COVID-19 vaccines should be the highest priority. San Diego Public Health so far has made no effort to identify the injured and killed. County support is the last hope. County actors are culpable of the injury, permanent disability, and death as they continue to promote, endorse, and facilitate COVID-19 vaccination. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Wegner, and I live in Ramona, California. And I moved there in 1991 and joined Ramona Trails Association right away, got involved there. The Santa Maria Creek Greenway was a vision at that time. And right now we have the opportunity to fund it. And so I am speaking to the SENA item 18, which is the SENA District 2, Community Enhancement. And I am encouraging you to vote affirmatively to support specifically the Santa Maria Creek Greenway and the funding thereof so that we can, as a community, proceed to improve on this wonderful linear park that goes from the Ramona Community Park all through the town center, through the Ramona grasslands, and down Bandy Canyon, hooking up with the San Diego River Park. That's the vision right there. And it's a wonderful vision. It'll provide an opportunity for our kids in the apartments down by 14th Street to ride their bikes to the community park. It'll provide opportunities to get to the library, and not just another transportation corridor for sure. But our community is horse people, it's mountain bike people, it's people pushing strollers and people walking their dogs. It's our community. And this Santa Maria Creek Greenway will definitely enhance it and encourage the businesses to prosper that are near the town center, and maybe bring on some other businesses as well. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate that consideration.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Glenn Morgan. I'm president of the Ramona Trails Association. I'm here to speak in favor of funding for the Santa Maria Creek Greenway. It runs through the heart of Ramona. It'll have the maximum benefit for the maximum number of people. The majority of the population of Ramona live in high-density housing along the banks of the Santa Maria Creek. At this time, it's a magnet for nefarious activities. We've hauled out tens of thousands of pounds of trash out of the Santa Maria Creek. It's a beautiful riparian habitat, and if it gets funded, it will get cleaned up, it will stay clean, we'll make sure of that, and it will be a great benefit for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You know, my name, I use the pronouns rock, paper, scissors. So I love that you're going to accept $42,000 for a recruitment vehicle, thinking that's going to get you some officers. Weird. Total waste. And then you're doing a single source procurement for this data that you want to collect, which makes sense because then it's being, it's proven as the proven Acumen is the nationwide leader in technology. So as long as you guys hook us up to the nationwide, right, it's going to be nothing like China's social credit score, right? It's good. And then the whole fire thing, just the fact that you just want to decide, again, what plants people do. There's a whole bunch of other stuff in there. And you want to there's just too many things to talk about during this time, but also, again, a prevention hub where you can collect data on people. You've got your rural mobile health clinics used to immunize, vaccinate people and do all this stuff. And then in your rural health post-discharge, you're gonna have these people go out and make sure that these people are complying with safety measures and different things at their house. So you're going to actually use them for something that has nothing to do with health, but you're also integrating behavioral health into that. So great. And then, let's see. The Campo Road, that the library, it's like this could affect migratory birds, nesting, bats, roosting in palms. So I think you guys should really think about that, because I thought you wanted to save the environment and different species. The cannabis tax, total BS. Oh my gosh, there's not even enough time. This is stupid. Oh, wow, yeah, and then you're serving as a body for a local, whatever. I don't even know, I can't even, there's just too much. It's good, because look at how much stuff.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Peggy Walker, good morning. I oppose item 11 because rural residents have little to nothing to gain from this tax proposal. It's set at the lowest rate from a possible 8% to 2%, which means a 75% reduction in potential revenue. The tax should be higher. The city of San Diego reduced its marijuana tax to 2%, resulting in a projected nearly $6 million shortfall in revenue. An example of the failure of promises of huge marijuana tax revenues. Moreover, it's unfair that the county's 400,000 rural residents will not only suffer the health, safety, and social consequences of proposed marijuana expansion, they have no guaranteed benefit from these tax revenues, since those funds are directed to the county general fund. That means there's no guarantee they'll be used for rural law enforcement and compliance costs, and little likelihood they'll be used to offset costs of usurping precious agricultural land and water resources, or for societal and public health costs. Data shows that for every $1 received in marijuana tax revenues, there are $4 in social costs. Vice taxes, like those on alcohol, tobacco, sugary drinks, and marijuana, are meant to compensate for harm. Marijuana consumption carries costly, harmful risks for all age levels and for society in general. It should be taxed appropriately to benefit the communities that are impacted by those harms. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Paul Hennigan, pronouns tic-tac-and-toe. Why does the state and our tax dollars need to get involved and make one cultural hub for the county? And by the way, we already have one. It's called the International Village in Balboa Park. If a group is that proud of its culture, it will make its own hub. And then it is only one hub. Cultures like to show off their own culture, like all those international hubs in Balboa Park. If you want multiple cultures at one time, just walk down the streets of San Diego. The Rural Health Pilot Program takes firefighter paramedics from their fire duties. So Grossmont Hospital, which is in charge of this, I guess, spends the money or incentives to pull us in, and we fork over the money so that Grossmont can be the hub. Or will we create more Grossmont-style facilities in what is actually East County? Most East County people probably go there for a lack of hospitals elsewhere, which is a long trip if you're in Borrego or Warner Springs. That's more vehicle miles traveled, I guess. And I thought reducing hospital readmission rates was something that good thinking doctors already did, and so why mention it in the title? The pilot program seems well-intentioned and could work in theory, but again, it takes firefighter paramedics from their fire duties. It will mean fewer fire department paramedics if there's a real fire.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. While I supported tax on marijuana businesses, the rate the board has chosen of 2% is too low. This tax is not earmarked in any way to reduce the unpermitted pot marketplace. Regarding the unpermitted pot marketplace, or the black market, it is also called the legacy market because it has been so deeply entrenched, it's unreachable. Across the state, marijuana business insiders have taken an honest look and have announced that permitting marijuana businesses has only fanned the flames for the illegal marijuana marketplace. So, excuse me. So as a rural county resident, we don't delude ourselves that there is any real attempt to harness the illegal pot market, as this low tax rate surely suggests. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and Supervisors. My name is John Brady, and I'm the Director of Lived Experience Advisors, a group of homeless and formerly homeless advocates. We want to thank District Attorney Summer Steffen for this investment in a much-needed bed and program availability system for the county. It will make a huge difference for our outreach workers. I do also want to mention some of our members are concerned and want to ensure that personally identifiable data is protected like all other data in the system. Also, on a related note, we have been working into the justice-involved reentry numbers here in San Diego. Working with the reentry liaison in the San Diego County District Attorney's Office, we put in a request for the numbers released from prison after 10 years and the numbers released from jail after 90 days monthly here in San Diego, assuming that in all likelihood those people will not have access to housing. The numbers are substantial. 402 from our jails and 163 from the prison system every month on average over the last 12 months. That's 6,780 a year. Conservatively, we estimate that over half of this number is released effectively homeless and jobless. Providing transitional housing instead of releasing to our streets would change the number of people living on our streets dramatically and reduce recidivism. We encourage you to make the investments necessary to address this. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Barbara Gordon, item 11. I am concerned this board is not fully understanding the impact of marijuana from the community's perspective. It's essential that tax revenue collected from marijuana businesses need to cover all regulatory costs involved. The county must identify all government activities, requirements, oversight, and enforcement. Tax collected needs to address all known problems regarding the impact of the community from marijuana use, with drug and impaired driving, need for more treatment programs, and the increase of hospitalization, all due to marijuana use. I urge this board to put more money into the potential public health impacts of marijuana. We look at the data from SANDAG, recognizing marijuana is the #1 drug found in juvenile arrestees. Tax revenue collected needs to cover the mitigating impacts on youth use and the problems associated with addiction. The marijuana industry is using the same tactics as the tobacco companies, with advertising, social media, edibles, all appealing to young people with the message of no risk, even harmless. It's vital that a regulatory tax rate consider the total cost so taxpayers are not subsidizing this industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
I'm bad for health, but good for education. This is truth. Item 6 will allow a county firefighter or paramedic to assess a person's living and safety conditions in their home and on their property. This item is a complete invasion of privacy, a bribe of terror to execute a warrantless search. It's 100% against the Fourth Amendment, and they're looking to add behavioral health into the program. Item 9, I say no to $2.4 million heat or AC for World Economic Forum members like Nathan. Item 10 is the over $21 million Casa de Oro Library, part of the Campo Road Corridor Plan, that will build ugly stack and packs with complete streets bike lanes. Item 11 is the tax war on drugs. Items 12 and 13 are codes which none of these supervisors are qualified to vote on, as they always carry a conflict of interest. Item 14 is $3 million in state debt dollars to the socialist, terrorist, Black Lives Matter funded PANA for a permanent cultural hub. A hub of what, Ramla? During the redistricting, PANA minions read their scripts as if they lived in the neighborhoods that they wanted to politically segregate. Items 15, 16, 17, and 18 are all the supervisors spending over $1.7 million, including $30,000 to ICNA Relief, who are based in New York, $6,500 to the North County African American Women's Association, who has a Becoming a Global Citizen program for girls, and over $39,000 to the Armed Services YMCA. The YMCA being an international, United Nations-aligned organization that has no interest in protecting children. And item 2, for $300,000, Summer Steffen's going to add homeless people to the Safe Shelter program, which was supposed to be for survivors of human trafficking, domestic violence, and sexual assault, justified by vaguely referring to multiple sources of credible data.
Quinn Stevenson, cite your fucking sources.
So no consent to the consent, as usual. Thanks for putting so much stuff in. I still got my work in.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair Nora Vargas, Ann Riddle here. I wanted to share some concerns I have about item 11 regarding the marijuana tax. There was the statement that this tax is important to preserve the county's resources so that it can fight against illicit cannabis businesses that have proliferated in many of our communities. I am concerned that the public thinks that that's really what's going to happen with this minuscule amount of money that you're going to collect in taxes. Make sure that we all understand, would be wiser, that no amount of taxes collected from marijuana businesses is going to really diminish the harm that are created for our neighborhoods out here in the unincorporated area and for our teens and young adults who live there. It'll never be a good thing for our youth to see marijuana storefronts scattered around in their neighborhoods, or the advertising and marketing that comes when you have marijuana businesses in your neighborhood. And no amount of taxes will compensate for the merchandise and clothing that comes from marijuana storefronts that our children buy and walk around with at their high school campuses. This is a poorly thought out process. If you're going to collect taxes, make them do the work for which they are intended. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on the items on the consent calendar.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, noting for the record that Supervisor Desmond registered a no vote on item 11. That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you so much. We're now going to go ahead and move on to discussion items. And so we're going to, item number 24 has a time certain, so we're going to be taking up that discussion item first. And so discussion item number 24, fiscal year 2022-23 second quarter operational plan status report and budget adjustments. Related to this discussion item, Flood District 1 fiscal year 2022-2023 second quarter operational plan status report and budget adjustments. We're going to take all of this together. So I'm now going to hand the floor over to Ebony Shelton and Ray Major. How are you?
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. We'll give the staff just a moment to bring the presentation up. Thank you, Denouncing. I'm here today with Sandag's economist Ray Major. You may recall that he joined us in October to provide us with an economic update on our region, and he's back with us here today to talk about economic conditions as we embark on preparing for developing our annual budget. And I'll also provide you with some additional information on specific county economic indicators, including updates on our retirement system, the 5-year budget outlook, and the budget presentation and performance through December 31st. Without further ado, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Ray.
Good morning, Chair Vargas. Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'd like to give you a quick update on the San Diego economic conditions. So some of the issues that we're facing right now in the San Diego region include persistent inflation. You may have seen the news this morning. Inflation rates have come down a little bit. They're down to about 6%, but that is still relatively high compared to the 2% target that the Fed has put out. We also face housing affordability. And a lot of the problems here have to do with the fact that mortgage interest rates are higher, but housing prices are also higher. So a house that before COVID would have cost $2,700 to purchase in terms of a mortgage payment will now cost about $4,700 for that exact same unit here in San Diego County. And job security is also starting to become an issue here in San Diego. As you see the economy slowing nationally, some of that will start to be seen here in San Diego, and you will see people being a little bit worried about what's going to happen with their jobs. Consumer spending is a very difficult problem here in the region. People have a hard time changing their spending behaviors, and we've had a significant amount of increase in consumer spending, primarily because of inflation, and especially in those things that are goods that you use every day, things like food and gasoline and money that you might spend on services or rent. And tourism is down by about 10% here in the region in terms of number of people who are visiting the region. That impacts the tourism industry. A lot of that has to do with business tourism, which hasn't come back completely, and international tourism, which has also been relatively weak. And finally, employment is going to be another problem as we move into the next year here. When we take a look at our sales tax forecast, historically, sales tax in San Diego has increased by somewhere in the 3 to 4% range on average. You see that when COVID hit, sales tax revenue went down, and then as we came out of COVID in 2021, 2022, you saw an increased amount of sales tax revenue, and that is a historically large amount of increase, 21.5%, which happened in 2022. But all of the forecasts that we see right now is that the economy will slow in terms of the amount of sales that are occurring that would create sales tax, and therefore we see the increase falling over the next 5 years back to a level that is more similar to what we experienced prior to this increase that we saw in 2021 and 2022. Just go ahead and click through this. The purple line here represents the civilian labor force in the San Diego region, and you see that we peaked right before COVID at about 1.6 million people in our labor force. We're now at about 1.59 million people, so we haven't actually recovered in terms of the labor force. So there are fewer people available to take the jobs that exist here in San Diego. The green line shows civilian employment, which are the people who are actually employed. You see there was a large decrease when COVID hit and we locked down the economy. You see the V-shaped recovery there at the end, and we're back to about 1.4 million people, which gives us a very low unemployment rate of about 2.9%. But unemployment rate is a lagging indicator, and so you can kind of see here that before each one of the recessions that is represented by a gray bar, unemployment is kind of at the lowest before it starts to go up when we go into a recession. And where did the people come back from? This is a very interesting graph. During COVID, we saw about 2.4 million people retired between 2020 and July 2021. The orange line shows the number of people who retired who are age 55 to 64, so I would consider that early retirement, whereas the purple line showed people who are age 65 going ahead and retiring prior to COVID. As we start the inflationary cycle that came after the COVID pandemic. So what you see is that about 1.7 million of the retirees have gone back to work, and this is primarily because the calculations in many cases that they did earlier in terms of what their house value was, what their 401ks were worth, what their bitcoins were worth, et cetera, were all much higher than they are, and they're not going to last as long in terms of their ability to retire. So what you see is that the age 55 to 64-year-olds have, for all intents and purposes, all come back to work. In fact, even more of them have come back to work than we had previously seen. So inflation is still an issue. The Fed has a 2% target for inflation. Our core inflation rate in January was 6.5%. Headline inflation was 6.4%. The numbers released today show an inflation rate of about 6%. We're a little bit higher than the nation, but I would anticipate this coming down for February. We do not have those numbers available yet for the region. But what this shows is that the Fed still has some more work to do if they anticipate trying to bring down the inflation rate to 2%. And so, although right now it looks like they may take a pause in increasing interest rates because of what's currently happened in the banking market, we're not yet at that 2% target that the Fed is really looking for. This shows the cost of living here in San Diego for a median household with 2 children and 2 adults prior to COVID, which was March 2020. And you can see that on average, people were spending $2,100 on shelter, $850 on food, $750 on transportation, $2,800 on other necessities and healthcare, about $1,000 on taxes. And that gave them about $175 a month in discretionary income. Fast forward to today, and what we see is that all of those categories, with the exception of healthcare, have gone up significantly. In fact, housing and food are 46% higher now than they were in March of 2020. And what you also see is that the discretionary savings is now negative, which means people are spending more money than they make each month. That money is being spent on credit cards primarily, and that money is right now at an average of about 20% interest, and there really is no good way of citizens really paying off those credit cards at the current time. So, are we going into a recession? Well, this is the good news. I think that nationally we will be going into a recession, but the San Diego economy is relatively immune from very deep recessions, and part of that is because we have a very diversified economy. Our driving sectors here in San Diego are the tourism, military, and innovation sectors represented by those blue boxes, and the green boxes show the supporting sectors of healthcare, government, and education. Those are sectors that need to be there for any community to exist. And then the traditional sectors, which are represented in purple. And so we have no more than 16% of any of our jobs in any one sector, and this really gives us a buffering effect when the economy does turn down. Next slide, please. These are the sectors that we see being most vulnerable if there is a looming recession. And the reason for that is that when people don't have money to spend, the things that they cut back on are retail sales, so they would purchase fewer things, so we may see some slowing in retail. And also, you cut back on travel. Those are the discretionary items that you can really cut back on. So tourism could be weaker also. This represents about 26% of the total employment in the San Diego region, and it only represents 4% of our regional GDP. Next slide. These are the sectors that seem to be relatively stable here in San Diego, and even strengthening through the next couple of years. And they include I'm not going to read them all, but they're the ones in green. They represent about 2/3 of all of our employment here in the region, and about 77% of our regional GDP. So if we do have weakening, we'll see it in tourism and retail, but overall the San Diego economy should do okay over the next couple of years. So the expectations for the San Diego economy, there are nationally early signs of an economic slowdown. Nationally, what we start to see is that we're having more people who are being laid off than quitting. Facebook announced again today, this morning, that they're laying off another 13,000 people. And so you're going to see that in the tech sector. Luckily, we don't have huge concentrations of sectors like they do up in the Bay Area. You know, we saw the banking sector that had some issues, especially with the Silicon Valley Bank that occurred over this weekend. So there's weakening in the financial markets, and we see car loans, especially the used car loans, being in about the highest default rates that we've seen in a long time. So is there a possibility of a recession? Absolutely. It will probably occur sometime in late 2023 to early 24. Part of this is because the Fed needs the economy to go into a recession so that they can slow down inflation, which is their #1 goal. And the impact on San Diego over the next year and a half will probably be something like this. The housing market will continue to soften, so you'll see prices come down, especially if mortgage interest rates stay high. Unemployment rates will start to increase, probably into the 4 to 4.5% range. The stock market is going to be volatile. You'll see weaker returns across all the different sectors. And tourism is not going to recover the way that we had hoped it to recover as we came out of COVID. And finally, the commercial property development that we see a lot of happening here in San Diego could stall a little bit just because businesses become more weary about doing large expansions during this time.
Thank you, Ray. Yeah. That was a significant amount of information that you shared and helpful for setting the stage as I move into the presentation to focus on county finances. Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board, I'd like to briefly provide you with an update on key fiscal drivers and the latest snapshot of our financial outlook, including the current year budget performance, and conclude with a discussion on short and long-term strategies, starting with an update on the state of California's outlook. With the release of the state budget in January, we have a better idea of how the state plans to navigate potential economic uncertainty. As noted on this slide, there's currently a $22 billion deficit, but the state is not making across-the-board cuts just yet. In short, they're delaying payments, borrowing, or shifting funding to cover their gap. And if the economy improves, the governor may revisit this strategy. For context, about half of the county's revenue historically comes from state and federal sources, and our Office of Economic Development and Governmental Affairs is carefully monitoring impacts to the county from the state's budget. This slide depicts historical performance of the SD Sarah Retirement Fund over the last 10 years. Through January, the fund experienced returns of 6.9%, which was fantastic. However, recent market volatility means that the fund meeting the 6.5% assumed rate of return this year remains a risk. And actually, I just received information last night that returns through February were down by about 2%. So fiscal year to date, the fund is now at approximately 4.9%. Market volatility, of course, over the last few days associated with the the banking debacle has introduced more volatility, so we'll certainly likely see that show up in returns for the month of March. So it certainly is a risk that we need to continue to be mindful of. Property taxes remain one of the most reliable and stable sources of revenue for the county. This chart shows a very steady historical assessed value growth and continued project assessed value growth, which translates into general purpose revenue, or what we refer to as GPR, which the board can use for any purpose. It's the discretionary funding source. With mortgage rates rising and high median home prices, as Ray discussed, we're not expecting the same level of sales activity as we saw, for example, during the pandemic. We're planning for 5% assessed value growth in next year's budget and 2 to 3% in the following years, which is down from our previous assumption of 4% annually. This downward assumption has had a negative impact on the forecast for discretionary revenue growth and is incorporated into our budget outlook, which we'll be reviewing in the next few slides. But before we discuss that, I want to quickly remind you about what we discussed earlier this year. If you recall, back in October, we showed some preliminary projections and sensitivity analysis indicating that the county would have a gap in future fiscal years, but with the use of one-time health realignment revenue, we could close the gap for the next 2 years and have a remaining gap of approximately $46 million in 25-26. Those figures were before adding any new costs for board priorities like homelessness, sustainability, and other considerations. And at that time in October, I said that we would come back in the second quarter with updated figures on the outlook and the gap, and that's what this slide is intending to do and share. I'll note that these numbers are not budget quality figures. We are in the process of developing the budget for fiscal year 23-24. The blue bars on this chart represent department requests for general purpose revenue to support program expansion and to offset anticipated revenue shortfalls. And the yellow bars project the general fund, including anticipated growth in discretionary revenues or general purpose revenues, along with program revenues available to support salary and benefit growth. It's important to note that there have been multiple updates to this outlook to identify strategies to meet resource needs, considering the limited availability of discretionary resources. Since December, county staff have worked diligently to reduce the gap in the future years, scrutinizing and reevaluating requests, and applying mitigation strategies to arrive at the projected 5-year gap of $267 million that you see here on this slide. The projections presented here today are a direct result of that tremendous effort that was conducted by our finance directors, the budget office, our department heads and department financial staff, all under the combined leadership here of my colleagues, the general managers, to develop an enterprise approach to address 23-24 budget needs without impacting service levels. As a result, we are planning to bring forward a balanced budget in 23-24 that not only maintains existing services, but also provides growth, albeit limited, in response to direction from your board, and to meet mandated activities supported by program revenues and by leveraging existing budget capacity, which in some instances is being created by high vacancy rates. Unfortunately, these are short-term solutions that may require reevaluation in future budget cycles, which is what you see reflected in the out years of this outlook. The projections reflect the assessed value growth assumptions presented in the previous slide, along with sales tax growth assumptions, which are consistent with the sales tax forecast that we saw presented by Mr. Major. The $267 million in total general purpose revenue requests in excess of projected resources is a combination of requests to expand programs across the county of approximately $136 million, as well as to mitigate revenue shortfalls in health realignment following the depletion of the one-time health realignment revenues, which are planned to be used to stabilize health and human services programs throughout fiscal year 24-25. Of note, the general purpose request in 25-26 includes a health realignment revenue shortfall of $99.5 million, or roughly $100 million. This slide doesn't capture one-time expenses like issuing debt for capital or other efforts such as infrastructure enhancement financing districts, new affordable housing or homeless solutions, or new sustainability initiatives. For context, if we debt financed everything that we have on our capital improvement needs assessment that we'll be reviewing later today, we would obligate ourselves to another $80 million of ongoing costs that are not reflected here on this slide. Now, this does not mean that the use of debt is not prudent, but it does illustrate overall affordability considerations that will inherently come into play as we work together with your board and the community to prioritize competing needs in the coming years. In our December economic update, which coincided with the release of our annual financial reports, we shared that the unassigned general fund reserve is below the target amount required to be maintained as a reserve by the administrative code, primarily due to delays in reimbursement from FEMA for COVID-related activities, as well as a large mark-to-market adjustment on our financial statement, which was required to recognize unrealized losses on investments as of June 30th of 2022. Based on the projected year-end unassigned balance and second quarter results that we're sharing today, the county is estimated to be below that target or that minimum target by $58 million. This means that the planning efforts underway for developing next year's budget do not assume the use of any unassigned fund balance to support activities. Final amounts in terms of our year-end results will be driven by our year-end results and published in our 2023 financial statements, which are typically completed in early December, so we'll know that number at that time. Based on the second quarter projections, we anticipate that the amount below the minimum will be fully restored by amounts of FEMA reimbursement anticipated to be recognized during fiscal year 23-24. So we will replenish, assuming that that occurs in 23-24. We will continue to monitor our projections and would recommend leveraging amounts above the minimum reserve to cash fund capital projects, which are currently assumed to be supported by debt, and we'll talk more about capital needs later today. As a reminder, draws on the reserve below the minimum target require 4 votes of the board and are available to address emergencies, including unanticipated expenses or revenue shortfalls, to mitigate risk of aging infrastructure, and to provide stabilization to ensure the long-term fiscal health of the county. Moving on to budget performance, in the second quarter, the county is projecting positive results from budget for all funds of $123 million. All of these variances are a small fraction of the county's total budget at 1.2%. Focusing on this slide, the chart shows the anticipated sources of fund balance in the general fund by business group. These projections include salary and benefit projections as of December 31st, and we're still experiencing a higher than normal vacancy rate. At that time, it was 10.5% actually at the beginning of March, which is less than the vacancy rate that we saw at the beginning of the first quarter, or at the end of the first quarter of 13%. And departments are continuously working hard to fill those vacancies as quickly as possible. We continue to monitor those activities through the year and adjust fund balance projections as appropriate. General purpose revenue is expected to be $83.7 million higher than expected, primarily due to better than anticipated assessed value growth, but also interest earnings. In addition, all other groups reflect an overall positive variance of fund balance with the exception of the Health and Human Services Agency, which is due to the expansion of the Innovative Housing Trust Fund, which will be covered by the overall variance within the general fund. I'd like to also just take a moment to briefly highlight recommendations that you're considering today, 2 of those recommendations. First, I just mentioned the Innovative Housing Trust Fund. In response to your board's direction to the CAO to explore opportunities to fund the Innovative Housing Trust Fund on February 7th, recommendation 2 will authorize the transfer of $25 million to the trust fund, which will allow for continued funding of local affordable housing to be built. And recommendation number 14 establishes $8.8 million for a one-time contribution to the retirement fund to cover the pensions unfunded liability or to help reduce that. These funds are available to over-realize general purpose revenue due to greater than anticipated assessed value growth and required to be sent to SDCR in accordance with our fund balance ordinance. In total, projected general fund balance represents just 1% of the total budget. As for the non-general fund, all other funds combined projects $49.6 million of fund balance, or 1.8% of the non-general fund budget. This is primarily due to positive variances in special revenue funds, including the Proposition 172 Special Revenue Fund, which is approximately $13 million higher due to higher sales tax receipts, the San Diego Library, and the Road Fund, as well as positive variances in the Public Works Special District Funds, Ambulance and Paramedic Special District Funds, as well as Key Internal Service Funds and the Airport Enterprise Fund. We will continue to leverage these as well as any resources that we have outside of the general fund as we move forward with budget development activities. We're extremely grateful to Mr. Majors for highlighting the local economic conditions. These are certainly things that we'll be watching in the coming months as we think about both our short and long-term mitigation strategies. In the short term, we'll be thinking about our budget, and we're aware of the heightened vacancy rate, and we plan to leverage normal attrition rates to create some budgetary capacity for programs. At the same time, county discretionary resources are limited, and we're prioritizing those things the board has identified as priorities. And as we continue to think about one-time expenses, we'll maximize alternative funding sources for capital as much as possible so that we don't create an ongoing liability for the future, and make recommendations to cash finance when resources are available. As always, we'll maintain our commitment to fiscal stability, including the implementation of Board Policy B29, which requires full cost recovery to the extent legally possible, and we'll have several fee updates coming before your board in the coming months. In the long term, we definitely want to think about how to strategically use our reserves as we're looking at stabilization strategies. But the county also has a long history of collaboration and reengineering, and will need to look at a number of things such as revenue enhancements, working with the Office of Evaluation and Performance Analytics in their annual strategic research plan, and or making service level adjustments in order to identify opportunities for departments to better utilize existing resources, discover new revenue streams, and generally live within their means. In closing, again, I'd like to thank Ray for presenting with me today. This concludes the staff presentation, subject to your questions, and thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you. I'm going to go ahead and open up for public comment, and I'm going to have my colleagues ask any questions.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 7 requests to speak on item 24, 5 in person and 2 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1 e-comment in opposition of this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 24 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition to this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Mike Borrello, Audra, Mark, Justin Castro, and Consuelo. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Consuelo. They create the chaos so that when the time comes, you will be begging for order, their order. People have come to love their oppression. They adore the technologies that undo their capacities to think. Some words regarding authority for the state as slaves. There is no authority on earth that can rightfully govern your life. Born to this world, you and you alone control your eyes, ears, tongues, your hands, your mind. All authority which claims to be able to dispose of you and your abilities is deceit. You were born to this world so that you might have the free agency of life. Life is liberty. With liberty and trust, in this world, you can learn and do anything. Anyone who tells you that you must yield your mind, your body, your possessions to authority is wrong, bad, wicked. Understand what choices made of your own free will are not evil. There is nothing wrong with sacrifice if it is made willingly. But sacrifice without choice is not sacrifice. It is slavery. Authority always places demands on people by force. Authority never asks permission. Therefore, not only is it your obligation to rebel against the pathological autocracy, it is our duty to do so for the future generations. To the tyrants and their puppets, the ones pulling the strings, I say to you, your time is limited. The people are fed up and starting to see. The veil is in fact lifting. They are becoming aware of the deceit. Once the masses have caught on to what government and its politicians have been doing, it's game over. Their false flags don't work anymore. We are awake. Babylon and Roman Empire, they never fell. They just changed names. We, the few but mighty, are making it known. We are making sure Their one world order, which is already here, will have a hell of a time continuing on due to truth being exposed. Truth will always surface.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
So Mike Borrello, happy Pi Day. Beware the Ides of March. So I was going to harp more about ARPA money, because there's a lot of ARPA money being shifted around here shamelessly. Someone mentioned the word fiscal stability. So I'm a control systems engineer. I know how to stabilize systems. But the thing about physical systems is you have conservation of certain physical quantities like momentum and energy. But in fiscal systems, you don't. Wealth can like vanish overnight, as we saw in SVB, sovereignty, and then actually La Jolla here as well, went out 3 institutions. Things that are going right now, you don't have any control over this. This is what Nicholas Taleb said is a black swan. But there's more than a black swan going on here. There's a lot of manipulation at the top to force us off of the dollar bill and go into digital currency. That's where we're headed now. And there's not going to be any control going on. We're just going to have to go along with the ride. But we need to make sure when that digital currency comes along that the people have control over it, not the federal government. The purpose of having that digital money is to track every transaction that we make, to control us, among other things. Control our health, control our economics. I don't consent. I'm a taxpayer here. You just raised our taxes. And I can see the charts. You're looking at raising them more, along with the mileage tax. You know, you won't be able to move out of your 15-minute zone or 15-second zone, whatever it is. I don't consent.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, this is the most important item ever. This top video, the Zeitgeist video, which is free on YouTube, from 6 minutes and 40 seconds until 25 minutes, will tell your child in 5th grade in about 16 minutes how the Federal Reserve works and why it's a total scam. Everything they just talked about is irrelevant. That's just how the corporation can make money while being in bed with the bankers and never stopping the problem. Inflation is a very dangerous problem, and we're very near the end of losing everything. Our founding fathers said specifically, if you ever allowed the banks to control the issue of currency, the corporations and banks that will grow up around you will deprive the people of all wealth until eventually your children will wind up homeless on the very land their fathers conquered. That's the basic gist of it. If you put in any of that, the real quote will come up by Thomas Jefferson. The inflation, there's so little time here. If the government borrows $10 billion for Ukraine, the banks are allowed to lend 9/10 as much money. And there's an interest on the original loan that can never be paid because it was never lent. And so that lending out 9 times as much, every bank can do that. Not out of the original money, but imaginary, just making it up. That causes the $10 billion to turn into $90 billion. That devaluates our money. Of course, there's CEOs who make $65 million a year, don't care. But it's making people who are poor literally not be able to afford to live. People who work and have retirements. Everyone's got to see this video. You've got to stop this. It's not a joke. Your country will go bankrupt, just like Rome and all the other countries. This is an old scam. See the Zeitgeist film.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hey, Joe, can I get your attention? Please, thank you. Hey. Okay, apparently you don't want to be here. Okay. What I want to go ahead and mention is about we're making decisions based off of elections.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Justin Castro. We are making decisions based off of elections. We're going to tax more and more based off of an election. We're going to go ahead and reattax, what, property tax or something like that. I'm not paying attention to the elections because I know how easy it is to change any election. If I wanted to change an election, I could. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at how many missing ballots was there for that election versus how many votes was there for that election, and see one out of how many missing ballots would it have taken to change and then flip that election completely. Using the same numbers that are out there. Based off of how many missing ballots that were out there, we are making choices that is going to affect everyone under here, under a faulty election. And you know this, Michael Vu. You know that every ballot is interchangeable. I've told you this multiple times. I told you this before we changed buildings. And then my life became living hell based off of that. We could take a look at our performance evaluations if we want to go ahead and go off that route, or you want to go ahead and talk about my actions. I don't care on that. But this is about the budget, and if we're going to make decisions based off of our elections and going off of that, that's bullshit.
Next speaker, please.
Oh, I'm not done yet. I think I still have a few more seconds. Do you guys find this acceptable? Seriously. Do you find it acceptable that we're missing so many ballots? More than that was cast for each election. We have never had that. Never. You know that, Michael. Your history shows that you were...
Next speaker, please.
Investigation for voter tampering and you resigned.
Thank you. Time is up.
Well, they know that he was under investigation for voter tampering. And he changed this entire election.
Can I wait till Nora sits down?
Go ahead.
Can I wait for her? She is the chairwoman. We do need you to pay attention because you'd like to hear what people say. You know my name. I use the pronouns rock, paper, scissors. Again, I would like to warm hand off this to you, Jim. No? It's a joke because this is total bullshit. You guys are forecasting things, right? Just like they forecasted COVID, right? And like event 201, what happens if there's a pandemic? And then, whoa, there's a pandemic. What are we gonna do? Oh my gosh, we're going into a recession. What are we gonna do? Go into the social credit score, right? So everything goes digital. This is all by design. This is intentional. And the fact that you guys are like forecasting it, you know, it's good. But I love it when you talk about the unemployment is high, but not enough people to take the jobs. So you have a lot of people without jobs, but there's not enough people to take the jobs that are available. Right. Makes so much sense. And just the fact that people are paying like way more in taxes than their monthly food buying that they're doing, that doesn't have anything to do with you guys, does it? No, because you're not upping taxes, are you? You're not, right? You're doing everything you can to make sure that this doesn't happen. Or are you going to do everything you can to make sure it does? All while pretending to do all these graphs that make no sense. They don't make any sense at all. I feel like this is busy work, and you guys just create these things to be like, look at all these colors. It's so pretty. Look over here, over here. It's total BS. All you guys do is waste money. Nothing gets better, and we know that as we've seen. But you're projecting to spend more and more. All or nothing happens.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Paul Henkin, pronouns tic-tac-tock. Did I hear that these are not budget holding numbers? Sounds like the results of last year's spending spree. So now we're limited to slow growth and possibly no growth, and possibly a mountain of debt spending. You mentioned several major unanticipated settlements in the Public Liability Internal Service Fund. Sounds like the increasing impact of jail deaths and other jail misdemeanors. Last year was a record for this, but if the Sheriff's Department keeps not allowing the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Board full subpoena powers and retains officers who violate basic training standards and resist answering public questions, you can expect more of the same. But I don't think it's only the sheriff. I think it's the way you imposed mandates, lockdowns, and other restrictions for the past 3 years, which caused needless hardship, like having employees work underpaid and understaffed shifts. And it's now coming back to haunt you. So the taxpayer bill is $18 million for unanticipated settlements and $8 million for previously unfunded labor costs. Wish I had that kind of money, but I'm glad these liabilities are now funded. Some funds have to be moved to another fund. Quick, hide the ARPA stuff in another fund so we can actually spend it legally. And who needs flood control or fish anyway? I think it's a good effort. It's a lot of.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Truth, this item says there will be, quote, an overall positive expenditure variance and an overall negative revenue variance. All business groups will produce operating balances except for the Health and Human Services Agency, end quote. If that doesn't tell people that we're under a fascist takeover rather than a representative county government, I don't know what will. This item also says, quote, the county will continue to incur COVID-19 costs, swapping funding sources to leverage an American Rescue Plan Act lost revenue strategy, end quote. And that's because these supervisors instituted lockdowns that ruined people's lives, all for billions in federal debt dollars. A successful evil plot that leveraged all of our lost futures. So here's some of the over-exorbitant spending as listed in this item's attachment. $25 million to the Innovative Housing Trust Fund for Soviet-style, ugly, sustainable slate gray stack and pack prison block housing projects. $40 million for CalWorks Socialist Welfare Papers. $3 million partly for the East Region Crisis Stabilization Unit. $4.1 million for Joel's fraudulent motel voucher program for homeless people squat in motels past the 28-day limit. $3 million for unsustainable flammable lithium battery EV infrastructure for the Hall of Justice. $18.1 million for several major unanticipated lawsuit settlements. Over $8.7 million to the County Employees Retirement Association. All of this and more means an increase of over $56 million to the budget. But there is one mystery spending item, and that is, quote, one-time expenses in the Board of Supervisors offices, end quote. I'd like to assume that all you supervisors are buying red staplers.
What would you say you do here?
I just stare at my desk, but it looks like I'm working. So I'd say in a given week, I probably only do about 15 minutes of real, actual work.
And that Sandag report was a complete waste of money.
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. First, I wanted to say thank you to Ray and the team for giving us such a thorough economic update and forecast, and appreciate that it's data-driven and that you're providing us with a big picture perspective. I just want to emphasize that I think everyone is feeling the impact of and the pressure of not only inflation, but the economic tough times. We hear it, we see it firsthand with so many. Excuse me. It's really important for us to remember, and I just want to remind our team members, our operational staff, I want to say thank you to Ebony for doing such thorough work and for not forgetting that, when we're talking about budgets, it's not just the numbers, right? That it's really people that we're impacting day to day. And so I really appreciate your thoroughness and the compassion where you're looking at this, knowing that there are some challenges at the state level, and that we are probably not going to get the same amount of money from the federal government that we have been receiving in the past. And so I really want to say I appreciate that. In the end, the County of San Diego, I think this board has really been committed to ensuring that we take our role very seriously of being the safety net for our communities, especially during really challenging times for those that are underserved and need that support during this time. And so I appreciate the thoroughness in how we're doing this, and I understand that our teams are going to be doing deeper dives. I know that we're going to be looking at our budget equity tool to be able to identify where the greatest needs are and how we're going to be able to make sure we have a budget that is going to be reflective of the needs of our communities as well. And so with that, I appreciate that, and I do think I need a motion for this, so I'm happy to move forward and make a motion. I'll turn it over now to Supervisor Lawson.
Happy to second. Just wanted to start with, I had a question for Ray. There was a slide that I thought was really interesting, but the one that was showing what were the kind of projected growth sectors. It was a graph with like quadrants, blue quadrants, if we could get that back up.
Bring that up. The green, you passed it. The green, good. Oh, yeah. He's on the stairs. Down, keep going down. Yes. So
Oh, yeah,
the
there.
The next one. The next one. Down.
I just wanted to take another look. What goes in that innovation bucket?
So in innovation, we have our biotech sectors, we have other high tech, we have the drone technology in there, some of the blue technologies in there, along with green technology like solar. So it's mostly what would be considered, it's pulled out of other sectors, but it's what we consider innovation here in San Diego.
Mm-hmm. This is great. This is super helpful. So I think what I'm taking from this is, construction is a little concern, but really, as we look at our sectors that, where there might be, folks who might be hurting in the next couple of years, we're really looking at tourism and retail and wholesale trade.
That's true, and those are the two sectors that also have the lowest average salaries in the region. So those are a lot of our entry-level jobs and hourly jobs. It includes the restaurants in there also under tourism.
And what's retail and wholesale trade, what's included in there?
So that would be any of the brick and mortar stores that you would go to. So, any of the shopping, Target, those type of things. It includes things like Home Depot. It would also include the wholesale that sells to the retailers, the inputs into the retail.
And the construction, is that the kind of concerns, is that primarily driven by commercial slowdowns or private homeowner slowdowns or developers like home builders?
Yeah, so we don't see that as strengthening right now.
No, as a slowdown, which
as a slow. Yeah. So potentially, it would be housing and or commercial construction. Because
both.
But it's both, and it has to do with the interest rates and the cost of borrowing money to build these projects.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That was super helpful.
Thank you.
This is very, very useful presentation, so thank you so much. I just wanted to comment. I really appreciate the team. First of all, this is really great. And second of all, how hard you guys have worked to try to figure out how we can stay on track with delivering services for our community, kind of given increasing budget constraints. So thank you. Very, very appreciated. I also wanted to just really uplift the importance of this investment in the Innovative Housing Trust Fund. It's so important for our region. And I think one thing that we often forget is that if we don't put money on the table, then we can't bring money in from other sources. And so being able to put just $25 million into our Regional Housing Trust Fund means that we're able to access significantly more resources at the state level in particular. And I know that this is a really important thing to move forward right now, and just in order to align this this funding availability, this funding pool, with the availability of the state tax credits. So that's great. And I don't see David Estrella and his team here, but I know we've done. Oh, there he is. I just really want to thank you. I was looking at the numbers. And it looks like, I was looking at that, it looks like we funded over $150 million into 33 housing development projects, which leveraged over $1 billion. So putting $150 million in county funds was able to leverage over $1 billion in private sector funds just in the last 2 years. And I think that's what I'm hoping we can do that again with another $25 million into the Housing Trust Fund. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the presentation. Thanks, Ebony and Ray, for putting this on. It's very informative. I'd just like the Vice Chair, Supervisor Lawson-Remer. The Innovative Housing Trust Fund, I'm glad to see that $25 million in there, and it's done good. The monies we put in there before, and I'm looking forward to that again. I'm also thankful for the prudent responsibility, especially for our reserves, and keeping that. Even though we're short, we know there's a plan in place to recoup that and make sure that we have those dollars on hand. Because I think by having strong reserves, we're ready for COVID and a fire or something like that. We're ready to do that, and I think it does help us just in the going out and getting dollars if we have strong reserves and a strong credit rating. But I do have a couple of questions, one for Ray and then also for Ebony as well. Ray, you talked about employment and it's similar to what Supervisor Lawson-Remer had brought up about employment being a risk here in San Diego County. And unfortunately, as a recession comes in some shape or form, that our tourism, our lowest paid workers and things like that are going to be affected the most and the hardest. And that's the same in COVID. They were the ones that were affected hardest. Tourism hasn't really come back all the way yet. But one of my fears is especially when I see the cost of housing and just living in San Diego County, is when the jobs start to leave, we're in a world of hurt. When the big jobs start to leave, so is there, I'm sure there's risks out there. I don't know if you want to clarify or expound on this at all, but it just seems that, we got to keep those high-tech jobs as well as the retail and the tourism jobs here. But what's kind of your thoughts on just making sure the job economy keeps going here in San Diego County?
Well, I think it's important for us to keep all of the jobs in San Diego County, the high-paying ones as well as the low-paying ones. The ones that you're referring to, the ones in tourism, retail, restaurant, many of those are the entry-level jobs that people take when they are first entering the workforce. Those are important for us to have. They're also, some of the driving industries here. Tourism is a big industry here in San Diego, so it does have ramifications. The spin-off companies that came from UCSD and what UCSD continues to do has a huge impact on the San Diego region. Most of those are high-tech jobs, but they also support a tremendous amount of low-tech jobs, right? Because somebody who's in a high-tech job, for instance, will go to a 7-Eleven, for instance, and purchase a Slurpee. And so you're creating jobs in other sectors in the economy that are also entry-level. So, it's important to keep all of them. I think that in terms of the unemployment rate that you mentioned, it will be going up. I think the Fed is orchestrating this to slow the economy down. They need to in order to get inflation out of the system. So they're going to have to continue to raise interest rates. If they do that, unemployment will go up. But the sectors that will be hurt the most here in the San Diego region are the two that we talked about. And I think it's it's unfortunate that kind of the whipsaw hurts the ones that need it most. Yeah. But so it sounds like, with the greatest educational institutions and hopefully the military, we can keep, some of those, I guess, companies that pay the higher wages, and then also there's ancillary jobs as well. But, there's many individuals, and friends that I know that are leaving California or buying property in Idaho or Texas or Tennessee, and they're leaving. It's just, I really fear when the larger job sectors start to leave us, then we're I don't know if we can turn that around, but anyway, that's just a concern. But thank you very much for the presentation. And then Ebony, on the general fund outlook slide, where you have it's the bar chart, vertical bar chart. I can't always listen as fast as you can talk. So, and I know you've got a lot of information you got to get out.
In the kind of the, I don't know if there's a trigger or anything, but in 24-25 is where the blue and the, whatever that is, yellow, or some other color, whatever, the blue and the yellow bars start to deviate. You know, one goes up and the other one goes down, and unfortunately the one that's going up is expenditures and the one going down is revenues. Well, is there a couple, what are the couple of things, I guess, and you may have said it, and sometimes I'm a chart behind you trying to figure that out as they're presented, but what are the couple of the triggers that are going to set off that difference? And then it looks like it's going to continue on for a while. Is there anything we can do in 24-25 that to alleviate or kind of damper that initial separation?
Supervisor Desmond, thank you for that question. What we see here reflected in this chart where the blue bars are higher than the yellow bars, specifically in 24-25, are primarily requests for general purpose revenue for expansion of existing services or to cover off on cost of existing services that are not supported by program revenue. So some of the big drivers, for example, included in fiscal year 24-25 include, additional staff resources to continue expansion of public defense type activities, additional staffing for caseload driven activities in the health and human services. So those are just a few examples. In terms of mitigants as we move forward, it will be looking at alternative strategies like re-engineering or consolidation, raising revenue. We of course will continue to reevaluate our position in terms of our revenue outlook to determine whether or not we have additional resources there. But there are a number of strategies that we'll have to work together on as a team collectively to mitigate that gap, if you will, in 24-25. Once we get to 25-26, we start to see not just expansion in terms of cost, but also anticipated revenue shortfalls, whereas we have health realignment revenues that we use as a stabilizing factor, and we're planning to use those. We're using them in the current year and then the following year. But in 25-26, we've run out of that resource. And we will have roughly $100 million of a gap in Health and Human Services Agency programs that we'll have to mitigate if assumptions don't change between now and then in terms of the revenue outlook or spending activities. So that's something that we're certainly mindful of and we'll be working really carefully to look at.
Well, and it's just, I'm a big believer of if we can make a small changes now that's going to affect things down the road, instead of getting to that wall down the road and then we have to do a 180 or something, it just doesn't. So I anticipate your thoughts and ideas moving forward on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Major, I had just a quick couple questions. When thinking in terms of the unemployment numbers, I know that there's normally, it's a lagging indicator, but I also know that it's a limited indicator. What did we look at in terms of how far back are we tracking it? We had COVID. Some of those people may have been unemployed for up to 2 years. Are they still being tracked, or at what point do they fall off the records of tracking?
It depends on which measure of unemployment you're looking at. There are lots of different ways that we measure unemployment. One is that somebody is unemployed and they're actively seeking employment, which is what you normally see in the unemployment rate. There's a category of discouraged workers or people who've left the workforce. You're not going to see those people in there, but you would see them in the labor force, the size of the labor force. So in terms of how many people in that age group could potentially work. What we are measuring right now is those people who are actively looking for work. That's what that 2.9% represents. So they're people who are either receiving some type of government benefit and are looking for work.
Terrific. The second question I had is we know that SDSU has got a huge project moving forward in Mission Valley, and there's supposed to be an innovation hub there. Was that part of any of the anticipation of the future, or did that play a role at all?
That's not in the 5-year forecast that we showed. I think that will have long-term economic benefits to the region, especially as we look to our long-term forecast that Sandag provides. innovation. The type of things that are happening there, along with UCSD, are things that are going to be driving the global economies in the next 50 years, and they're happening here in San Diego, and that, again, bodes very well for our local economy.
Thank you very much. And then I didn't know if we had somebody here that could answer some questions about our real estate tax base.
We do. We have the assessor's office here. I saw them come in earlier. Are they still here?
I'm sorry, they had to leave for another meeting. So I apologize.
Okay. Because some of the things that I was concerned about is the increase in housing and the impact on tax bases, raw land versus improvements on that land, and move-up housing. We're constantly focused on low-income housing, which is a good thing, but having a better stock across all the markets, I wanted to get an idea of when somebody purchases a new home and they move up, they reset the Prop 13, and what kind of impact does that have on us financially? While we're totally and rightfully focused on lower incomes, perhaps we should broaden our view and increase that to look at all income levels so that there is move-up housing and we're freeing up lower-end housing. And that may be another economic tool with us moving forward. With that, I am completed. Thank you all. That was outstanding. Appreciate all the hard work.
Thank you so much. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, thank you so much. It is noon, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we're going to come back and do items number 22, 23, 25, then we'll take a half-an-hour lunch, and then we're going to go ahead and do closed session, okay? Thanks. We're going to be starting in about 1 minute. The next item on the agenda, we're going to start with discussion item number 22, a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Diego denouncing anti-Semitic rhetoric and hate crimes towards Jewish people in San Diego. I'm going to go ahead and ask for public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 12 requests to speak on this item, 9 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 16 e-comments, 14 in favor, 1 in opposition, and 1 neutral. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 22 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor, followed by those in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Fabian Perlov, Michael Hopkins, Carol Yellen, Pat Libby, Devorah Marcus, and Darren Schwartz. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Hi. Good afternoon, should I say. Thank you, Board Supervisor Fletcher and Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Rimmer for sponsoring this resolution. My name is Fabian Perlov. I am the Regional Director of ADL San Diego. I urge you to support this resolution, which condemns anti-Semitic acts and statements as hateful expressions of intolerance and are contradictory to the values that define the San Diego people. The importance of this resolution cannot be understated, as anti-Semitic incidents in the country are at historically high levels. In 2021, ADL tabulated over 2,000 anti-Semitic incidents throughout the United States, the highest total ever recorded. San Diego County experienced 38 total incidents. San Diego has not been immune to anti-Semitic incidents. For example, over the past 12 months, it has been reported that students have carved and drawn swastikas on school property, individuals drove into a synagogue parking lot with a red Nazi flag, and several anonymous anti-Semitic verbal threats have been made to local residents. A 2021 ADL survey reported that 63% of American Jews feel their communities are less safe than they were a decade ago. ADL research recently measured a sharp increase in anti-Semitic attitudes in the United States. The study showed 1 in 5 Americans hold deeply anti-Semitic views. Next month marks Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day. ADL recently launched our Learn to Never Forget campaign in support of improving and expanding Holocaust education. Today's resolution denouncing anti-Semitism gives San Diego the opportunity to join the movement and make clear that there is no place for anti-Semitism and hate in our community. We greatly appreciate the Board of Supervisors' commitment to this matter and look forward to our continued work together. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Vargas and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Michael Hopkins, CEO of Jewish Family Service. Next month, it'll be 4 years since I joined many of the leaders here, as we stood at the football field at Poway High School. We were there to stand in solidarity after the peace and safety of our community was taken from us after the shooting at Chabad Poway. We were also there to comfort and support each other following the death of Lori Gilbert Kay and injuries to others. And we were there to commit to actions to prevent hateful attacks like that happening again. Some would say the peace and safety of our community was not taken away in Poway. It was taken away a year earlier when 11 members of the Jewish community were killed at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. We saw this violence happening somewhere else. We didn't really think it would ever happen in our community. And when we talk about our community, we talk about people we know, people I personally know. I knew two of the victims in Pittsburgh, David and Cecil Rosenthal. That's how personal this is for all of us. Let's be clear, today anti-Semitism and hate continues to threaten our communities of faith and the safety and security of everyone in San Diego. This resolution would formally condemn such hate crimes and anti-Semitic rhetoric that leads to them. Thank you, Supervisors Lawson, Reamer, and Fletcher for raising this critical issue. At JFS, one of our core efforts is the Center for Jewish Care, a welcoming space for the Jewish community to access critical services for Holocaust survivors. This ensures that they age with dignity, maintain their health, independence, and connection to community. And as most of you know, I'm here often not speaking about our services to the Jewish community, but how we need as a community to welcome the stranger, feed the hungry, and those living on our streets. We must stop repeating the past. Let's take action and make a statement. San Diego is a caring community and one that has no place for hate. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Chair Vargas and Board of Supervisors. My name is Carol Yellen. I'm a resident of District 3, member of a local synagogue, and humbled to work in support of our Jewish community. Thank you to Vice Chair Lawson Reamer and Supervisor Fletcher for bringing forth this important resolution that affirms San Diego as a welcoming and inclusive county for all. Unfortunately, in past years, we have seen an alarming rise in anti-Semitism, both locally and nationally, including prominent politicians and widely followed celebrities perpetuating anti-Semitic tropes and normalizing hateful rhetoric. As a result, there are members of our San Diego Jewish community who do not feel safe to wear a yarmulke in public, identify as Jewish among their college peers, or even post a picture of their beautiful glowing menorah on camera or on media, whether because they've personally experienced anti-Semitism or are watching the headlines. Sorry. When a rabbi and his congregants are held hostage in Colleyville or anti-Semitic images are projected on public buildings in Florida, it is a stark reminder to our San Diego Jewish community that it can happen here too. The attack on Chabad Poway in 2019 tragically took the life of Lori Gilbert Kay and physically injured others. And while it may have happened in one synagogue in Poway, it impacted an entire San Diego and national Jewish community. Anti-Semitism requires our synagogues and Jewish institutions, which are intended to become welcoming spaces, to employ security, including armed guards, because we know all too well that hateful words can lead to violence. The approximately 400 Holocaust survivors still living in San Diego remind us to never forget what happens when hate goes unchecked, and to stand up and call out anti-Semitism and all hateful rhetoric. In some of our darkest moments, we have also seen an interfaith community of allies. Today, I encourage you to support this board resolution, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Pat Libby, and I'm a resident of District 4 and a member of Temple Emmanuel. And I'm very grateful to Nathan Fletcher and to Supervisor Lawson Reamer for advancing this because it means so much to me. And I just wanted to start by telling you a story, which is when I was in elementary school and I saw one of my classmates, Patrick Barabee, go up to get the Good Citizenship Trophy. And he was a boy who constantly called me Dirty Jew. And when I went to high school and college and I moved to different neighborhoods, through my workplaces, I encountered anti-Semitism, including at workplaces here in San Diego. And the love of my people and my faith in God gave me the strength to try to look beyond all of that. And today, I take it for granted when I go to my synagogue to worship that there's an armed guard and that my pocketbook is searched, even though this person knows me, and I'm wanted every week, and I live with fear. A few weeks ago, when we were in Saturday services, the rabbi said to us, today the white supremacists have declared a national day of hate, and they have promised attacks and propaganda targeting Jews. And so after services, we want you not to chat with each other, but to go quickly to your cars so that you can be as safe as you can. That's the world in which we are living, and that's why, for all these reasons, I am so appreciative of the county doing this, because I feel seen and heard and supported. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
County Board of Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Devorah Marcus, and I'm privileged to be serving in my 10th year as the Senior Rabbi of Temple Emmanuel of San Diego, and I'm the immediate past president of the San Diego Rabbinic Association. I'm also speaking to you today as a fourth-generation Californian, a descendant of immigrants who came to this country hoping for a better life and hoping to escape the ever-present evil of virulent and too often violent anti-Semitism. Sadly, even after immigrating to the United States, to Oakland in fact, my great-uncle Jaime, who was a 5-year-old new immigrant, was murdered by older children on his school playground after school because he was speaking Yiddish and couldn't understand their English. We know what happened right here in San Diego nearly 4 years ago when Lori Kay, of blessed memory, was murdered by a white Christian nationalist terrorist who was radicalized online from the comfort of his bedroom, his childhood bedroom. That morning, we were celebrating the bat mitzvah of a wonderful young woman. I was pulled off the bima, told about the act of terrorism here in San Diego. I allowed myself to cry for about 10 seconds, took a big breath, and walked onto the bima to continue the service, because we do not cease being Jews in spite of the violence against us. I am here representing many of the congregations of San Diego, all of the congregations of San Diego's Rabbinic Association, all of our congregants and our students who are attending San Diego schools and the universities that they go to afterwards, where all of them have experienced anti-Semitism. We are here hoping for the affirming of the rights of the Jewish community to live here in San Diego County in dignity, free from fear, free from the targeting, and free from harm, as should be the right of all peoples and minority communities in San Diego County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition of this item, Mark, Audra, and Consuelo.
Hi, my name is Darren Schwartz. I'm the Chief Planning and Strategy Officer at the Jewish Federation of San Diego. We are a community building and community organization group. I want to thank the County Board of Supervisors for considering this resolution today. As you heard from my colleague at the Anti-Defamation League, anti-Semitism is on the rise, both nationally and locally. I appreciate you all for taking the time to recognize the moment that we're in. However, we see this as more than just a resolution. It's a call to action. Not a call to action for the Jewish community, but a call for everyone else. You see, anti-Semitism is not religious persecution. Anti-Semitism is not even anti-Jewish, as its venom is never directed at religious practice or the belief in one God. Anti-Semitism is 100% Jew hatred. It is rooted in conspiracy theories and scapegoating. Our Jewish community is far too familiar with combating anti-Semitism, whether in hate speech, acts of violence, and even the normalization of age-old stereotypes in the form of jokes and anecdotes. It is also found in the discrimination and demonization of Jews based on their connection to the Jewish historical and contemporary homeland of Israel. The battle against anti-Semitism and frankly all forms of hate are won and lost by what people do on the sidelines, by those in positions of leadership to call out when things are not right, even if they are legal, by those who have the courage to challenge their friends and neighbors to consider the ramifications of the words they use. Today, on behalf of the Jewish Federation and the Jewish community, I'm asking for allyship. We would love to meet with faith leaders, with people in positions in our community to talk about ways that we can work together and build understanding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before we go to the opposing items, I just want to remind everyone that this item 22 is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Diego denouncing anti-Semitic rhetoric and hate crimes towards Jewish people in San Diego, and that's and I want to make sure everybody understands that we have a specific rule number 4, which states that discriminatory or harassing remarks, including legally protected speech in a board meeting that disparages an individual or group based on their perceived race, religion, sexual orientation, ethnicity, gender, disability, or other hate speech, but does not rise to the level of criminal threat or incite violence. So just a reminder about what the guidelines are in speaking to these items, and if and please stick to the item, which is item 22. If you don't, we're going to go ahead and ask you not to speak on the item.
For the record, I am not in opposition to this.
Okay, then
I'm
we're
married
going to
to a
have to
Jew.
wait for you to speak on a different item. This is item number 22.
Yeah, I'm speaking on 22.
In support or oppose?
Yeah, at this point, it doesn't matter. We're on 22, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Consuelo. To the statist slaves, we aren't conspiracy theorists, but conspiracy realists. We just see something you don't. We learn something you haven't yet. We understand a pattern you don't yet see. We aren't crazy, well, not that much. We actually see through the propaganda, and even in the face of ridicule, are trying to translate it for you. With that being said, listen up. Governments are owned by corporations, run by psychopaths, lying about an imaginary economy based on debt, fueled by illegal wars, destroying ecosystems, poisoning water and food, decreasing education, increasing prisons, manipulating the media, foreclosing homes, suppressing free energy technology, making us all struggle, starving, humiliating, and killing the world. Yet you stay silent, you continue to follow a pathological culture, you continue paying taxes, voting, and trusting the government. Well, guess what? We don't have governments anywhere now. We are all being run by the United Nations Agenda 2030. The reason you don't know you've been lied to, conditioned, and brainwashed is because you've been lied to, conditioned, and brainwashed. Humans weren't made to sit at a desk from 9 to 5 every night, come home, watch Netflix, 2 weeks of vacation out of the year, have zero creativity, have every single aspiration beaten out of them. There is so much more to this life. The one standing up, exposing truth, reminder, we cannot make someone understand a message they are not ready to receive, but we must never underestimate the power of planting the seed, even if we may not be around to watch that seed grow.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, I am not opposed to this resolution. However, there is room for abuse with it. So absolutely no one should have to feel bad about their race or intimidated or be damaged or hurt or in any way be discriminated against, no doubt. However, it's important to differentiate between that and being able to discuss a government or an individual like Netanyahu, for instance. Right now, at this moment, there's 500,000 people protesting in Israel. Netanyahu wants to create an imbalance of power. He wants to take away the Supreme Court their check and balance system to stop the government from just being able to rule completely. And the people are totally against it. There are, right now, automated vehicle license plate readers there, just like they're trying to install here, like these supervisors will be voting to install here soon. Also, Trump, his family, his daughter married into one of the richest business people in Israel. I have no problem with Israel, and I love the Jewish people. I had a girlfriend that was Jewish. I have friends that are Jewish. However, I wouldn't want whatever country my family is from, whether it be Scotland or England or Ireland or wherever, to be in charge of designing our defense systems or our infrastructure systems, actually designing them, not making a chip like Taiwan. And many, many contracts were given to Israel. That no foreign country whatsoever should have control over our country like that. They, however much of an ally, they are a foreign country. Anyway, the differentiation is important. I don't want to see it be abused like it easily could be.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You know my name. The fact that you had to say that, Nora, as the opposition is coming forward is totally discriminatory. So in your pursuit to stop discrimination, you guys do it in this county all the time. And the fact, I'm not saying that they should be discriminated against. That is not right. But we're talking about 38 events. That's 1 in 100,000 in this county. One of them was an assault. So that one assault was enough too for you guys to do something, yet you condone the beating of women in the hallways in this chamber, okay? So you want to sit here and talk about, we don't discriminate. Yes, you do. You perpetuate it. Everything that's happened with COVID has drawn a line in the sand between the people. Either you have a gold star or you don't. And the fact is that you want to use this anti-Semitic stuff, but a lot of that is propaganda. And it's manipulation upon the people. The problem is that the Jews are in charge of the banking system, okay? So they do a lot of destruction to this nation and the world. And when you want to talk about people that are saying that you're saying they're anti-Semitic, well, Robert Wilson, who is now in Poland, right, because he does the Goyim Defense League, if you look that up, all he's doing is discrediting history. It's not hate on the Jews. It's saying that what has happened in history did not fully take place the way it did. Even saying, you know, it was hate speech to say that Anne Frank used a ballpoint pen. Well, if that's true, then it discredits the fact that she even wrote that. So there's a lot of things in history that is bullshit. And it's being perpetuated in this type of stuff because, I mean, even just him having a sign that say white lives matter, that's hate speech. But yet you can have black lives matter and all this other.
Thank you. Your time is up. Your time is up. Now we'll hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone.
Truth. No, I'm just kidding. Kevin, there, now we're even. Anyways, so on to this item. I don't think I need to remind people how horrible the tragedy in Poway back in 2019 was. And I would like to remind the people who are so butthurt over Nora's comments ahead of the opposition speakers, I would like to remind you guys that the shooter who attacked the place in Poway was on your ideological side. Not saying you everything but just say, no, that's a fact. That is a fact.
Sir, excuse me, give me 1 minute. That is your first warning, sir. You're disrupting. Do you understand that? All right. Please go ahead. And on the third warning, you will be asked to be escorted out.
So, and to be clear, hate crimes against Jewish people are still happening. I mean, there was an incident in Los Angeles not that long ago. It was like just last month. Now, to some of what's been said, I just want to make it clear that to what Mark said about Israel, that has nothing to do with this agenda item. Yeah, I can't stand Netanyahu either. I think the right-wing Israeli apartheid is disgusting. I'm on the side, I free Palestine all the way. But that has nothing to do with A, the average people of Israel who don't agree with the Netanyahu government, and B, that has nothing to do with this item. We're talking about anti-Semitism in San Diego County, in California, in the U.S. So that was just an irrelevant tangent as far as I'm concerned. And Audra's comments about Jews controlling the banks. Gee, I wonder why Nora had to give a disclaimer ahead of your comments. Because if that's not anti-Semitism, I don't know what it is.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
My voice isn't that high, worm. The hypocrite's hope shall perish. Their trust shall be as a spider's web. This is truth, and that was Job. I'm someone who understands hateful rhetoric pretty well. I tend to hear it and even sometimes receive it at County Board of Supervisors meetings and City Council meetings. But I hate hate. But it exists, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. No matter how disgusting racism or cultural discrimination is, it cannot be eliminated, and nor should we try. Because real diversity of thought is what makes America wonderful and unique, not the fake diversity we hear promoted with DEI programs. All Americans are born with a creator-endowed right to believe whatever they want and follow their own pursuit of happiness, whether or not I or any of you supervisors like it. So a resolution denouncing anti-Semitic rhetoric and hate crimes towards Jewish people is a meaningless act without lawful basis, political theater to feign terror. I bet none of you supervisors even realize that Arabs are Semites too, not just Jews. And it doesn't surprise me that the corrupt FBI reported more so-called hate crimes in 2020, as that's when totalitarians, such as you supervisors, declared a fraudulent emergency and initiated lockdowns on everyone, which made them cooped up and angry in an open-air prison. But you know what's ironic? Is you, Tara, having your name on this item. Because last year on April 5th, you read bastardized verses of the Bible to suggest that Christians are too hate-filled to serve on county boards, committees, and commissions. Little do you know that the Old Testament is kin to the Jewish Torah, so you actually offended Jews as well, and you don't even know it. You need to work on your own bigotry, hate, and ignorance first, Tara, before you can dare dictate to others.
We need policy based on facts, not on gut guesses or political theater.
I have to call out hypocrisy no matter who it's from. So no to false sincerity in items like this, where you don't really care. It's political.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this
Thank you.
item.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Supervisor Fletcher, but before I do, I just want to say thank you to all the members of the Jewish community that are here today, and I apologize for some of the fact that people don't follow the rules. And third one, can you please escort her out? You've disrupted the meeting for the third time. I have given you 2 warnings before. This is your third warning. So I'm ordering to leave this meeting now. If the chair of deputies can please escort her out. Wonderful. We'll see you then.
Oh, now you're talking. Oh, you get to talk.
And so for me, it's extremely important. I'm actually saddened that we have to do initiatives in the county of San Diego that focus on anti-Semitic rhetoric and hate, and that is something that we're still addressing in this county and in this region. And I've stood with you many other times, and so it's actually really hurtful to hear the hate in people's voices and how people ridicule this while this is such a difficult issue for so many. And so I apologize on behalf of all of us for this. Sorry. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Supervisor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair Vargas. I appreciate you all, the work we've done together. I think one of the hardest things, if we're lacking anything in life, there's a lack of empathy or understanding that someone else may be going through something that I haven't experienced. But I can recognize how real that is and want to take action to try and do it. And the reality is the Jewish community now faces an increasing threat. Not just in words, but in actions, as we've seen has been demonstrated. And it's really unfortunate, but it is instructive that just the mere act of coming together to say we're going to stand together to say that people shouldn't face intimidation and violence and discrimination would put on full display exactly what we're trying to change. But in a way it is reflective because there's so many people who want to act like this problem doesn't exist. And so it can be seen as disheartening, the attitudes that people stand here and say and the things that they do. But in a way, I think it is instructive for what we're trying to change. And it demonstrates why we're doing what we're doing and how urgent the need is to continue to reach out, to educate, to enlighten, and hopefully to change people's hearts and minds. You should not be discriminated against for the simple fact that you're Jewish. And just because someone wants to have hate in their heart is not something that we should normalize. It's not something that we should accept. We also know that it is a really small percentage of folks that engage in these types of things. The vast majority of folks are good, respect one another, love one another, have figured out how they can disagree and still recognize the humanity in each other. But we also know that even a small percentage can inflict great pain and hardship and discomfort, and so we will continue the work that we're doing. And so I appreciate you all. We know that our work is in front of us, certainly not behind us, and we have a long ways to go, but I appreciate what your community means to us all, the vital role you play, and the critical part that it is a part of our community, all and one the same. And so thank you all for being here, and I'm pleased to bring this forward and look forward to continuing to work with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Thank you to our chair for reminding us of the importance of these issues and centering us in this debate. And thank you to Supervisor Fleischer for partnering with me on this, and thank you to our public speakers for being here and sharing your stories and fighting for this issue day in and day out. You live this every single day, and I want to thank you for being a consistent voice in support of our Jewish community. It's really sad to say that anti-Semitism is on the rise. It's on the rise in our community. It's on the rise in our country. And I never thought I'd have to say that in my lifetime. Discrimination and hatred against Jews has always been with us, but it's more visible and more prevalent than ever before. And we're not just talking about words and opinions. We're talking about racist lies that are weaponized to cause and to fuel violence. And people have lost their lives, including people here in San Diego County, because of anti-Semitic hate. We have so much to do as a board of supervisors, and one of the most important ones is to speak up and fight for our community and speak up and fight back against hate. I'm proud to be a member of the Jewish community, and I recognize this also comes with an obligation to help lead the fight and lead the effort to provide factual information and build bridges to break down the rhetoric of anti-Semitism. So to members of the Jewish community and to members of all our communities of faith that are here today, we stand with you and commit to doing our part in creating a region that embraces diversity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it, and appreciate for all the speakers that got up here today. I think it's unacceptable, that anti-Semitism continues to plague our society and our country and the world. Last December, I was able to, on a vacation, I spent 4 days in Budapest. And one of the, they had I don't know if it was a Holocaust memorial or not, but along the Danube River, there was a memorial along a concrete embankment of shoes. And it was shoes that represented, the Jewish people, unfortunately, Nazis rounded them up towards the end of World War II and either pushed or shot them or threw them into the Danube in January at freezing cold weather. And so those shoes are a remembrance of the, the horrific crimes that happened during the Holocaust. I know we're not talking about the Holocaust today, but it was very moving to see that memorial. And even though the Holocaust was less than 100 years ago, which is a blink of an eye in world history, and so we need to ensure that history does not repeat itself, not here, not in Poway, not anywhere. And so I'd like to thank my colleagues for bringing this item forward. All forms of anti-Semitism and hate crimes should be denounced. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, did you make a motion? Okay, all right. And then I want to just go ahead and And just read something for all of you. Rabbi Deborah Marcus was going to read this, but I'm going to read it for you. So it wrote, we know that today's resolution won't stop the surge and scourge of anti-Semitism. It's been with us for thousands of years, but today's resolution is an important symbol, and symbols matter. They remind us of what we can be when we strive for our best and brightest ideas of what we can be and who we can be when we strive for an even better, perfect union. Excuse me? Can you please? Can you? Thank you for your courageous leadership on this issue, to my colleagues, and for passing this resolution as a powerful symbol that we and all the minorities that make this beautiful county beautiful are cherished and safe. And so with that, we have a motion.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. The next item is item number 23. This is the item Equity in Action, Strengthening Communities of Color by Expanding Data Access and Training for Community Leaders. I'm going to go ahead and ask for
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 12 requests to speak on this item, 3 in person and 9 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 8 e-comments, 6 in favor, 1 in opposition, and 1 neutral. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 23 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individual in favor, followed by the individuals in opposition of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Rosina Lizarraga, followed by Mark and Audra. I've called your name. Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good afternoon, County Supervisors, Chair Nora Vargas. I am Rosina Lizarraga, community leader and resident for more than 26 years in National City. When I hear, read, or say systemic racism, it makes me think of my own city and many other cities in the region. Supervisor Nora Vargas' letter gave me hope for many communities within the region that falls in the category of being labeled as concerned. It breaks my heart that in the frontline workers, nurses, assistants, construction, painters, welders, and many other jobs that are colored people, they live in a community like mine. This letter increments the hope of a thriving city where we rooted, live, and enjoy. Thank you, Supervisor Nora Vargas, for using your power in that chair to amplify those voices across the region and consider their opinion, their needs, their heart, because they are experts in our daily struggle, daily commute, and use our income to sustain families here too. It is important to ease the access to evaluate it in this intention of increasing data access to everyone, because all the programs that are intended to communities are driven by data and that only a few access can to it. My most sincere thank you for your leadership, Supervisor Nora Vargas, for your leadership, and on this systemic racism dismantling effort, and provide tools for us, local leaders, and makes us, we are the experts on the communities, and yes, we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You know my name. Again, here we're talking about racism and equity and justice and all these things you guys love to talk about, all while you're engaging in the stuff you're trying to stop completely. Because we come in here, you guys want other people to have a voice, right? You don't want us to have our voice. You want to shut our voice up. You want to tell people what our voice is actually doing, basically calling us anti-Semitic.
Just a reminder, this is item number 23.
Oh, I got you, Nora. I know what it's on. Yes, I know what it is on. You're wasting my time.
Your time is running up.
Because you're wasting it.
Item number 23.
Because you don't want to hear what I have to say. It's bullshit.
Equity in action is the item.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
So it's about data.
But then you're interrupting me because you're being racist and discriminatory against me. Is what's happening, Nora. See, oh, poor you. But if it happened to you, you would be like, oh my gosh, you're being racist because I'm Mexican. Yeah, you would. It's bullshit. You guys sit here and talk about, I want to stop this from happening. Then quit doing it. Quit doing it to people. You do it here all the time. It's bullshit. If I was fucking Jewish, I bet you that wouldn't have happened out there, or something fucking would be done about it. It's bullshit. Everything you guys do here perpetuates the exact stuff that you talk about stopping. Because if you really cared about hearing everybody's voice, you would allow us to come in, not try and shut us up, have a little preemptive speech before we come up, telling us what not to say when it's a free fucking country and we have free speech here and we can say whatever we want. You do it. You call us all these names. And Jim, don't sit there and look at me like that. You're just like, I can't believe you're talking about this. You all perpetuate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
On the topic of equity and racial discrimination, yes, black people and some other races will be affected more. The poor in general, whether they're of any race, because of inflation. And again, here's the video. It's the Zeitgeist, the top one. It's a free YouTube video. Everybody can understand in 16 or 17 minutes. Your fifth grader will understand better the Federal Reserve System, the World Bank, and how it is ripping you off. None of these people are telling you about it. They're not going to stop it. They're going to let you go bankrupt. I've got bad news for all of you. Never before 10 years ago was the government ever saying that the debt limit had to be extended because—
topic, sir.
No, this is the topic. Your topic is equity. Well, inflation will literally wipe out the poor, which is especially the minorities for a start, but also white people, and then eventually bankrupt everyone. And very soon, when I say eventually, I don't mean far away. We're $31.5 trillion in debt, and we only make $22 trillion a year. So everyone needs to see this, because there's not going to be any equity for anybody if you don't stop inflation. These people aren't even talking about stopping inflation. They're talking about how their corporation or their subsidiary, San Diego Corporation, can make a bunch of money partnering and not stopping the bankers and partnering with all the corporations that the globalist elite own. That is not going to solve the problem. Everyone needs to see this video from 6 minutes and 40 seconds to 25 minutes. This top one here. Here's the title right here, Zeitgeist Addendum. See that for 17 minutes. Show it to you.
Thank you. Your time is up. Now we'll hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. And remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Hello, Board of Supervisors, Madam Chair. My name is Rachel Moreno, Community Engagement Director with SCCS, formerly known as South Bay Community Services. I'm calling today on behalf of SCCS, and we are pleased to support item number 23 in today's agenda. SCCS thanks you, Chairwoman Nora Vargas, for bringing forward the proposed board letter to amplify the voices of our community of colors across the County of San Diego by increasing data access, data collaboration, information sharing, opportunities to reevaluate community metrics, and identifying suitable funding for community leadership training programs. As we have heard today, there is obviously a great need for professional, well-informed, and well-prepared leaders that are willing to work together to create a more equitable community impact. As an organization dedicated to empowering over 150 resident leaders, SCCS is honored to support an even greater vision of Chairwoman Vargas for dismantling systematic racism throughout the county and for giving communities of color the additional tools to advocate for themselves. As experts of their own communities, community leadership training programs create a greater ownership of community revitalization, safety, and advocacy from those. Thank you, Board of Supervisors and Madam Chair, for your time and consideration of supporting all of our future leaders. Have a great day.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller. For the next caller, Monica Crespo.
Hi, my name is Monica Crespo, and I would like to thank Chairman Nora Vargas for bringing forward this proposed board letter to amplify the voices of communities of color across the County of San Diego by increasing data access, data collaboration, information sharing, evaluating county metrics, and identifying sustainable funding for the Community Leadership Training Program. Thank you to the leadership of Chairwoman Vargas for continuing the work to dismantle systemic racism at the county and giving communities of color greater ownership of community improvement and the tools to advocate for ourselves, because we are the experts of our community. We can see that with the participation that we've had. We are now, in my case, a voice for my community, and not only a voice, but I get to listen to their needs, and I can now represent as many of us have. Thank you so much for your leadership.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Paul Hennigan, pronouns tic, tac, and toe. The equity, the problem with that word is it means a lot of things. It means many things to many different people, so you'll get an argument pretty much each time you use it. It should be purged from the agenda. You want to train people? We prefer explanations in their natural language, not language hyped up by government psychobabble or doublespeak, as is so often the case with government initiatives. Here's the problem with this racist equity approach. The agenda says, quote, by giving them, that is people of color, the tools to advocate for themselves, communities of color are more likely to engage in the problem-solving and decision-making process to improve their communities. But, you know, a lot of people of color would rather be integrated into one big community, the city and county that is, and interact with everyone. So why should we spend our tax dollars and effort training them to do basically the opposite? Of course, if you do reshape the county portal as you propose to do and make it easier to find the true facts about your initiatives and appointments, clearer agendas and such things, as we've all been telling you, that would be great. I hope you aren't waiting for the 36 equity indicators mentioned in the agenda to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
It's Kevin Stevenson, the Worm. So I just wanted to speak in favor of this item, and I just wanted to point out that anyone unironically against the idea of equity is already benefiting from the status quo as it is. So here's something that people who question the word equity don't understand. They don't understand the fact that some people are at an unfair advantage compared to others. And quite often, this is by race and by the zip code that you live in. Statistically speaking, people who live north of Interstate 8 are more likely to have a lot of opportunities and live better lives than people living south of I-8. That is a problem that needs to be fixed. The idea of equity is to give equal opportunity. Equity is not, oh my God, everyone is going to have the same exact outcome. Everyone's going to be super wealthy and drive a luxury car. No, that's not equity. That's like a right-wing straw man that's called equity. Equity simply means give everyone equal opportunity, regardless of what zip code they live in, regardless of their upbringing, regardless of how much money they make. Give them an equal opportunity to better their lives. It's that simple. Anyone who is offended by this item is a joke. And I certainly am not wasting my 2 minutes getting into an argument with the chair and accusing her of being racist against white people or whatever Audra was rambling about. Just, yeah. What are you going to do? Anyways, that's pretty much all I have to say on this item. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now hear from the next caller.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm sorry. This is Ellen Nash, from the chair of the San Diego chapter of BAPAC, and also the chair of the Leon Williams Human Relations Commission. I want to say thank you, Chair Nora Vargas, for putting this particular important board letter on the agenda. I want to say that the Board of Supervisors, my Board of Supervisors, Nathan Fletcher, and also Dr. Wilma Wooten and others, you all got it right during COVID. You made data-driven decisions that saved the lives of residents of San Diego. Now to take this data approach and also training community leaders and how to advocate across the county enterprise is definitely the way to go. We stand in support 100% of this particular board letter, a long time coming. And I also want to say that Board Chair Nora Vargas, with regard to equity and diversity, you know, we've been working with your office on numerous occasions to ensure that all staff, particularly in the Board of Supervisors offices, reflect diversity as it relates to championing diversity and equity. And we will continue to stand to ensure that African Americans particularly are represented in all board offices, because you are leaders and we have to lead by example. Thank you much for this opportunity. Take care.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Is it funnier that Worm called himself Worm, or that Nathan thinks himself the epitome of love? Some unify with faux tolerance, while I divide with true discernment. This is truth. This item talks about giving communities of color greater ownership and responsibility. But ownership and responsibility isn't something that's given out by government. All government can do is offer rations, which in turn reduces responsibility and quickly lowers one's own self-respect and dignity. What I just described reveals itself in all the various welfare web programs this country has, or even in other countries with more socialist or communist welfare, safety net, and social program implementation. And I would ask, what is a community of color? Is it a bunch of people with dark-colored skin hanging out together? What about one tan-colored person surrounded by a few light-skinned people? Or what about a completely mixed neighborhood like City Heights, North Park, or Mira Mesa? What is the official ratio to qualify, Nora? This item mentions the rollout of 36 new equity indicators in spring 2023. That sounds like one of those things none of us voted for. And looking down on people of different colors and treating them as helpless victims is the complete opposite of rolling out the red carpet treatment. This item also says that, quote, the county will set new benchmarks and distribute data between groups, coalitions, and county departments, end quote. Benchmarks, also known as skin color quotas, of groomed comrades that those groups, coalitions, and departments will have to meet if they want to keep doing business with county government. The future cost for this racist garbage is unknown. But what is known is that having actually declared racism a public health crisis just proves how much these supervisors are suffering a mental health crisis. Something needs to be done about dismantling systemic tyranny. Tyranny is what they got right with COVID, Nash. Sorry to tell you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you to the callers who are supporting this item. I wanted to make sure that I emphasize that this board letter is really talking about equity in action, and it's really an opportunity for us to ensure that our communities of color who for a long time haven't had access to real data are now, we're transforming it as a county to be able to do so. And you know, as someone who worked in healthcare and education and an advocate on both sides, I know that systemic barriers have disproportionately impacted our communities of color, but I also know that through data-driven approaches, we've been able to create interventions that really serve our community. And we did it not just the last 3 years, but we've done it in different entities as well, in different organizations. And so I know that this board has been very committed to introducing initiatives that really have a different impact for our communities, and really understanding that that it's real, right? That when we collect data by zip codes, we really see where some of the gaps are. And so I am really excited because I do believe that knowledge is power, and in this case, data is power. And I really believe that giving our community members great access to data and resources to use for their own advocacy is going to be very powerful, and that's exactly what this board letter does. So I'm grateful to staff for returning this in 120 days to be able to really focus on reducing barriers to data access so that our communities can actually help be part of the process and redesigning what the county data portal is going to look like, and it's going to be much more friendlier to our communities. And then being able to engage our community partners in this process and reevaluate our county metrics, and then of course the all-important find sustainable funding to be able to do this work. But I really do think that this is a great step in the direction of trying to really break down the barriers and dismantle systemic racism, which is very real. And so I want to make sure that all of our communities, especially our communities of color, have a greater voice at the table, and that they have the tools to be able to do this. So this is really making government work for all of us, not just for some. And so I am grateful for the work that we're going to be doing together. I'm looking forward to the information that you all will put together to bring back in 120 days. And so with that, I'm happy to make a motion and ask my colleagues to support this item.
So moved.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. We've had a couple of any other comments? Nope. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. All right, the next item is item number 25, the capital improvement needs assessment for fiscal year 2023-2024. I'm going to have, 2023-24 to the 2027-28. So I'm going to pass over the floor to Marco and Brian for the presentation, but I'm just going to give you a minute to get ready. So whenever you're ready, just let us know.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. Refreshed, well-preserved, and sustainable infrastructure is key to delivering exceptional services to the public and providing safe and efficient workspaces for our staff, our county employees. The county's capital improvement needs assessment, or CINA, is reviewed and revised annually to ensure that it's in alignment with the board's initiatives, community priorities, and the county's program needs. The recommendations before your board today will enable staff to move forward with short and long-term activities to align project timelines with anticipated funding sources, which will ensure that the highest priority projects of the community as well as your board are executable. Here to discuss these and other related topics are Marco Medved, the Director of the Department of General Services, along with Brian Albright, the Director of the Department of Parks and Recreation.
Top of the morning. Thank you, Ebony. The CINA, or afternoon, good afternoon. The CINA is a planning document that includes a comprehensive list of all planned capital projects over a 5-year period. Projects included on the CINA strike a balance between what's been heard by the community about their needs, your board's priorities, and support for our existing programs and service and delivery methods inside the county. A capital project includes new county buildings, recreational facilities, green infrastructure, or land acquisition that supports an existing county program run by one of our departments and requires capitalization for financial reporting purposes. Projects included on the SENA are implemented via a two-phase project approach that entails a pre-construction phase and a construction phase. Pre-construction efforts include site programming, identification of risk factors, and development of a budget quality estimate. After projects have been completed, after projects have completed the pre-construction phase and are deemed ready for execution, they're recommended for construction funding. The SENA is not a financial document and has no fiscal impact, but is central to the development of the capital program within the county's budget. Last August, your board approved updates to the Board Policy G16 Capital Facilities Planning. The process enhancements included additional updates to the board offices, an annual community workshop, and an assessment of alignment with the county's strategic initiatives. Also new to this SENA cycle is our revamped website. The site increases transparency and optimizes engagement opportunities with stakeholders. It provides detailed information about the SENA, a storyboard with project details and strategic assessments, recordings of our annual workshop, and widgets that allow stakeholders to ask questions or submit project ideas. The SENA we're submitting to you today includes $265 million of new, unfunded, or partially funded capital projects that can be referred to the operational plan for consideration in the coming fiscal year. The county's anticipated capital funding needs across the 5-year planning horizon total approximately $1.3 billion. The SENA is a living document that continually responds to the developing needs of our residents and county operations and leadership priorities. Currently, the county's portfolio contains 33 fully funded projects that were recently completed or are in construction now, with appropriations of approximately $680 million. The SENA recommends 17 projects with a funding requirement of approximately $265 million for the coming year. 4 of these projects are focused on the renewal of existing county assets, including this county administration building, the Hall of Justice, Vista Detention Facility, and our Emergency Operations Center. Another 8 of these projects include support for the county sustainability programs, environmental and park initiatives with requests for land conservation, stormwater improvements, trail acquisitions, and park improvements in Alpine, Otay Valley, Casa de Oro, Hidden Meadows, and Ramona. 2 of the projects planning for a new sheriff's station in Ramona and construction of a new fire station in Jacumba will strengthen our public safety systems. An additional 2 projects, the East Region Crisis Stabilization Unit and Edgemore Psychiatric Unit, further our county's commitment to expanding the behavioral health continuum of care network. And the remaining project, a new public health lab, will modernize and consolidate the county's public health support capabilities. Currently, DGS manages 17 pre-construction projects, including a new public health lab located at the County Operations Center. This state-of-the-art facility will include a sequencing laboratory, wastewater surveillance, a training facility, and additional lab space to respond to surge situations. The project will also include a memorial to honor those who've lost their lives to COVID-19. Large construction efforts also underway at the COC, where 13 departments will consolidate and or relocate in order to make room for 600 staff displaced from the former health service complex on Rosecrans. This project requires a fully integrated county effort, and we're very appreciative of all the support from participating departments. By consolidating, we're able to save the county the cost of a new office building at the COC. That's almost $150 million. Pre-construction efforts are also in the works for new behavioral health facilities, fire stations, and libraries. DGS manages 9 projects that are under construction with appropriations of over $500 million. The Southeastern Livewell Center is nearing completion with a ribbon cutting scheduled for late summer. This one-stop shop will provide a full array of services and will also feature culturally relevant public art selected by the community. The new fire station in East Otay Mesa will achieve a 30% reduction in embodied carbon using alternate materials and construction methods. And we recently completed a total of 12 projects valued at over $130 million in this past year. This portfolio includes updates to the county's public safety facilities, renewal of aged buildings, in addition to the county's public health capabilities and a new library. And now I'll turn over to Brian.
Thanks, Marco. The parks portion of the CENA includes 65 projects valued at approximately $300 million over the 5-year plan. I'd like to note that number is greatly reduced from the total number of projects that we presented last year. And that is because more than 40 projects are major maintenance or renovations to existing facilities and parks. And those projects are still part of our long-term plan, but they're listed separately on our website as part of our major maintenance plan. In the CENA, we have 40 projects in pre-construction valued at $226 million. This includes Bonsall Community Park, a 63-acre multi-amenity park that will begin construction this fall, Calavo Park in Spring Valley, which is a 9-acre facility that will begin construction in the spring, the renovation of the Mira Mesa Epicenter, which is currently in design, and phase 2 of Lindo Lake, which will restore the western lake basin and install a new pedestrian bridge. We currently have 9 projects that are under construction, valued at approximately $33 million. This includes the expansion of Sweetwater Summit Campground with additional campsites and photovoltaic carports. This is a project that will enable the campground to generate enough revenue to offset its entire operating costs and also enables it to generate all of its electrical power needs on site. Also under construction and nearing completion is the Diane Jacob Lakeside Equestrian Center, which will open to the public this summer. We completed 3 park projects this year, which included a new park in Spring Valley on Ildica Street, the restoration and deepening of the east basin of Lindo Lake in Lakeside, and installation of new underground infrastructure at Wahomie Regional Park in Oceanside. I'll now turn it back over to Ebony.
Thanks, Brian. The recommendations before your board today are to approve the capital improvement needs assessment as drafted and referred to the Chief Administrative Officer for funding and implementation of the individual projects. Today's action does not approve funding projects. Final funding recommendations and associated actions will occur through the budget process. This year, strategies to fund the CENA in the fiscal year 2023-24 budget include continuing along with our pension stabilization strategy, which uses cash to finance projects as much as possible, evaluating funding sources that are on hand, including pursuing grant funds and resources outside of the general fund, issuing debt, which will help to raise capital upfront, but will create long-term financial obligations and will return to your board before taking any action to issue debt. And we'll continue to monitor our year-end operational results to see if there are additional one-time funding sources that become available, specifically additional unassigned fund balance above our minimum requirements. Subject to your questions, that concludes our staff presentation.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 6 requests to speak on this item, 2 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 2 e-comments, both in favor of this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 25 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. Both are in opposition to this item. As your name is called, please come forward. I'd like to invite forward Audra and Mark. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. And again, please state your name for the audio record.
Mark, there are so many things wrong with this. First of all, infrastructure. You're ignoring some of the most important things, like you have been for a decade. Water. You've known for a decade that there have been droughts. The only new reservoir being built is near Beverly Hills. A 5th grader could have figured out that they could 3D print a pipeline now and literally transfer water from the flooded areas to new reservoirs long before the last decade. They've done nothing to help us. Instead, their idea is that, and speaking to equity, I don't think the poorer people who live in La Mesa and Grossmont like the fact that the people in La Jolla would never put up with having recycled sewage water in their water. like they're going to be forced to have. And that's your plan. There is plenty of primary water underground in certain areas that have not been polluted, which injection wells have intentionally polluted many of them. For instance, you guys allowed the sand mine to the east of Lakeside, which is absolutely criminal and will pollute our third largest water aquifer out there. But now you want to give them recycled crap water. Behavioral health. Well, as you're creating, but by not, the corporation's not giving a real livable wage to people to rent or own property, there will be more homeless just as you want, and you're buying up our public land into your corporation and renting it, making money off of our taxpayers subsidizing this rent until eventually, where will it go? Well, there'll be more and more people homeless and more people subsidized until eventually the government will own most of the land and be subsidizing the people will be paying you guys rent, and your supervisors will be making money, like Nathan making $200,000 a year, and CEOs making more. It's a crime. There's so much more here. Green infrastructure is a scam.
Next speaker, please.
There's no fucking time to talk about important stuff.
Second warning, sir.
Second that. They don't want us to talk. This is the reason. They don't want public comment. They just...
Item number 25.
Oh, I know, Nora. Got you. I'm on target with that. Yeah, love that you bring behavioral health into this, like you do with everything. And the fact that you're using, why are we surveilling wastewater? Are we looking for COVID in it, or somebody else, or something else? Another boogeyman? Who knows? But just the fact that, you know, we have to spend money on that, I love it. You didn't ask the people. It's like, you didn't ask them if we were gonna give it back to them in drinking water either, but who cares? It's good. But I like this. So you have to include a comprehensive list of all planned capital projects over 5 years that require funding, so you guys can get money, right? It's like, we're gonna do all this stuff, now we need you to pay for it. I feel like going to like the Ferrari dealership and just being like, give me that Ferrari. I'm going to find funding later in about 5 years, but just give it to me now and we'll be good. It's never gonna happen. You guys basically spend outside your means. Like, you don't have the money to do it, but you're gonna do it anyway and then make the people come in and make up for it, right? By either, you know, upping their taxes or whatever it is. But just the fact that, like, adding behavioral health into this as infrastructure or whatever, it's disturbing because you guys have an anticipated, you know, influx in behavioral health that's going to be happening, which makes sense because you guys are going to claim we have behavioral health issues, right? Because they want to come in and address things. We would rather hear from people of color. I am a person of color. White is a color, but I'm also Indian.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone.
Paul Henkin, pronouns tic-tac-toe. Hey, Audra, they probably want to surveil our wastewater so they can pull out the political bullshit. So talk about new stuff. They want to talk about new stuff in this this report, not maintenance. Capital needs must be practical, not a money grab for wish list or premature projects in the face of horrible economic conditions for most of the county residents. As I said, planning for EVs is premature. The grid is not ready and there are not nearly enough public charging stations. Safer alternatives to exploding lithium-ion batteries, for instance, are in process. I can wait the 10 years or so for them to develop these things. You mentioned solar vehicles, or it's been mentioned that there are solar vehicles that have already been developed by the Dutch, going for $6,500. and I'm sure we can improve on that within those 10 years. 15-minute cities are anti-people, fascist, and counterproductive. And the agenda says the board action will also continue to implement the zero carbon portfolio plan, which seeks to reduce county facilities' greenhouse gas emissions by 90% by 2030. Additionally, the projects included in the needs assessment are aligned to the 2018 Climate Action Plan and our regional efforts to decarbonize.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Truth, I'd agree with you, Paul, but the water's clean. The BS is in the chambers. So I want to point out to the public that in this item seen a log attachment, Damian B. Quinn has one of the weirdest signatures I've ever seen. Anyways, this item says, quote, this board action will continue to implement the zero carbon portfolio plan, which seeks to reduce county facility emissions by 90% by 2030. The CENA projects are aligned with the Climate Action Plan in efforts to decarbonize, end quote. Deadly decarbonization, as in getting rid of the carbon plants need to provide us oxygen. So here are some of the projects that are part of the Capital Improvement Needs Assessment spending. $134 million for a county public health lab. Should be some fun mutations leaking out of there one day. Almost $140 million on renovations for the county admin center. $76 million on renovations for the Hall of Justice. Over $24 million for one Edgemore psychiatric unit with a maximum of 16 beds. That's each bed costing over $1 million. $294 million on the land acquisition multiple species conservation program, which doesn't even protect endangered eagles from the toxic lithium-based wind turbines. $1 million just on an engineering study. Over $12 million on the EV roadmap. That's electric vehicle charging infrastructure for county cars. $15 million to convert the Encinitas landfill and the Poway landfill to toxic parks. $8 million for only 3 community gardens. All of these CENA projects and more will cost about $1.2 billion over 5 years. So that out of the way, this item also says, quote, the planning cycle includes multiple touch points with the community, end quote. Jim, I think you'd be willing to answer this question. Are touch points in any way related to warm handoffs? To the public safety, we need to know this answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. That concludes public comment on this item.
All right, thank you so much. And I want to say thank you to the staff or the team for coming over with this list today. It was really important. And I also want to just highlight that this particular process was really informed by community, which I think is fantastic because there was so much input from specific folks. And I really appreciate all of their engagement with the extensive list. I know that it's really important that when all departments began their process for the strategic facility plans, they were assessing the gaps that may exist already in the departments and prioritized equity in these projects. So I really, really appreciate that. I have some priorities for CENA, and I'll just highlight a couple of them for the work that we're doing. The Otay Valley Regional Park, right? It plays a huge role beyond, it has 3 jurisdictions, so have a joint power agreement, so it's a big issue, big item for us. And then also looking at upcoming investments for the stormwater program that we're going to be coordinating with the green infrastructure investments that are taking place, as well as supporting water recapture and filtration for our streets and the beaches is an important one. And I also want to highlight the public health laboratory that is moving forward. I think these are essential facilities and the space required to go back to the core public health lab work that we've been doing for a long, long time. I think it's going to expand new capabilities that include state-of-the-art laboratories. So I'm looking forward to that. And so with that, I want to just say thank you to DGS for all of their work, and I'm happy to move a motion to approve 2023-2028. Thank you. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to say to the staff, thank you very much for all the hard work and effort on this. You really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to the new park in Hidden Meadows community, where that Navy hero that we honored this morning is from. hopefully we do it quickly for him. And I'd also like to highlight the Intergenerational Center, a pilot project in Valley Center. You know, aging in place is a very kind of a new phenomenon, and and this is going to be a community-wide priority here in Valley Center. There's a lot of interest from the public safety agencies in North County for law enforcement and fire at the I-15 and I-76 public safety facility there. As the unincorporated areas continue to grow in the North County, we need to step up law enforcement presence, so thank you for that. Also excited about the 900-acre Rancho Lilac property, and I know this was a Caltrans property that via the Sandag process that we are ending up as a stewards of this property, but we're going to have trails and other amenities there. Again, that's Valley Center. And these projects are critical to the unincorporated areas where we are their local government, and I'm really happy to see a lot of these projects prioritized for these communities who don't always think they're getting the love that they deserve, but we're going to try to give it as much as we can. So thank you very much.
Vice Chair Tara Lawson.
Yeah, I just really want to thank the team for amazing work on community input, and just echoing what Chair Vargas mentioned. This is great. You know, we really had a transparent process and lots of voices and lots of questions were answered. And the web portal with the pictures is really great. And I think it's night and day from 2 years ago. And it was really noticed and appreciated and quite wonderful. So thank you.
With that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. So at each meeting, we're asking each one of our colleagues to provide any updates, reports on progress, or share pertinent information during this time. With that, does anyone have any updates? You're not going to talk about how great our Sandag retreat was? Just kidding. I'm kidding. All right.
Chair?
Yes.
I have a couple comments.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. On the songs, the San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station update, the first quarter community engagement panel public meeting is going to take place soon on March 23rd from 5:30 to 8:30. It's going to be physically held up in Laguna Hills Community Center, but it's also going to be online if people are interested in that. The focus of the first quarter meeting is environmental stewardship, which basically comes down to, how do we move this spent nuclear fuel that's being stored at San Onofre into a temporary or hopefully a final repository someday, sometime. Also this month, Congressman Levin's office has a songs task force. They're going to be meeting. At LAFCO, we completed a successful Sustainable Agriculture Lands Conservation Grant, which was a joint grant that was entered in by both the county and LAFCO. Board approved that application. And we got $450,000 went to LAFCO and the Planning and Development Services. It's going to be used for farming, to perform market analysis for key crops in the region, to identify gaps in cost and return of income for small farmers, return on investment for small farmers, identify assistance measures like incentives, technical support, regulatory streamlining, and other programs to increase the economic viability of local farming, and also to create outreach and an education plan for the community, for the agriculture community and the local programs. So that was a good shout out to LAFCO and PDS for getting those grants. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? All right. I will say that we did have a very successful Sandag retreat, and we came up with really great values as a board to be able to move forward. So I'm going to be sharing those at our next board meeting for all those folks that come to our Sandag meetings so they can hear them firsthand. With that, I'm going to turn it over now that concludes the business before the board today. We're now going to proceed to adjournments in memory. So our first adjournment will be presented by Supervisor Desmond in memory of Stephen Charles Much and Jane Thomas Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And we adjourn today's meeting in memory of Steve Charles Much, an exceptional and beloved father, husband, son, and a longtime community member of Valley Center, who peacefully succumbed to a long, hard battle with cancer in February. Originally from St. Louis, Missouri, Steve moved to San Diego after high school, and he proudly graduated from Palomar College in 1984 with an Associate of Arts degree in computer science, and he got a job working at Sony. He also enjoyed working his way up at Sony into senior management and was employed there for almost 27 years. He was an avid pilot and adventurer. He made frequent trips to Alaska, Mexico, Las Vegas, Northern California, and his 2 airplanes, a Cessna 150 and a Mooney Ranger. In 1986, he married the love of his life, Faith, and they quickly settled down in Valley Center. Steve was passionate about the outdoors. He enjoys hunting and fishing and was an amateur geologist. He was always willing to help his neighbors and his friends and even complete strangers. During the large 2003 Valley Center fires, he helped his neighbors clear brush with his tractor. Steve volunteered his time with the community and at his church, St. Francis, where he was a bass baritone singer in the church choir. He served as both a junior warden and a senior warden. Several times was often elected as a delegate to the diocesan convention. St. Francis was a perfect patron for Steve because he, along with his generosity, he had a deep love for animals. He raised chickens, he built a koi pond, he raised bloodhounds, and he eventually got a hunting dog. Steve rescued several stray cats and dogs. He always said he didn't need another animal, but within a few days, he was always willing to give his new friends nicknames and affection. He will be missed by all that knew him, and our deepest condolences to his wife, Faith, his daughters, Allegra and Melina, and their son, Stephen. His entire family and friends will be missed by the Valley Center community. I have another adjournment in memory of Jane Thomas Anderson. Jane was a golfing trailblazer and a resident of Palma Valley. She passed away peacefully in February of this year at the age of 93. She was raised in North Carolina, where her father was a resident golf pro. Jane loved the game of golf and was a member of the Palma Valley Golf Club. She was married to Dr. Robert Milton Anderson for over 50 years until his passing in 2020. But Jane learned golf as a child from her father and later played golf on the I gotta pronounce this right, Catawba, C-A-T-A-W-B-A, Catawba golf men's team. She was the only woman to play on the men's collegiate team in America at that time. She graduated with honors from the college in 1951, and she was inducted into their Sports Hall of Fame in April 9th of 1994. She received the Teague Award as an outstanding female athlete in both North and South Carolina in 1951. Following college, she became a competitive amateur golfer. She won the 1961 Women's San Francisco Open, 1962 Oakland City Women's Open, and other major golf tournaments. In 1949, she participated in the U.S. Open, and she went on to win over a dozen championships in North Carolina, Florida, Hawaii, San Francisco, Oakland, San Luis Obispo, and then here in North County at the Palma Valley Championship in 1993. She earned a master's degree in special education from the University of South Florida. She taught special education throughout the United States, finishing her career at Palma School as their first grade teacher. She started the first children's golf program at the Palma School, in which she received a $50,000 federal grant. During her retirement, she enjoyed teaching junior golf to young students at the Palma Valley Country Club. She will be missed by the golfing community, and our condolences go out to her nieces, her nephews, and her friends and family. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The second adjournment will be presented by Vice Chair Lawson Weimer in memory of Fred Macedo.
Thank you. It is with a heavy heart that I ask my colleagues to adjourn today's meeting in memory of Fred Macedo. Mr. Macedo was a beloved community member in Carlsbad. In 1962, he was part of the Carlsbad High School first football CIF championship. In 1965, he joined Laborers International Union of North America, LAUNA, Local 89, where he built his career on many high-profile projects that make the San Diego region what it is today. Fred Macedo led the concrete crews in the construction of the Coronado Bridge, the San Onofre Power Plant, San Alejo Water Reclamation Plant, and the Point Loma Water Filtration Plant. And even after his retirement, he continued to organize as part of the Laborers 89 Retiree Advisory Council, where he served as president. We will be forever grateful for the contributions Mr. Macedo has made to our region. He will be missed by his friends and family and our entire community. May he rest in power. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, can you please call the remainder of the speakers?
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 11 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 2 in person and 9 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'd like to invite forward Audra and Alejandro Sanchez. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Are you still doing closed session comments? Okay. So you know who I am. As we're talking about Women's History Month and also history and discrimination and all of these things, you're probably gonna call me a bigot for this, and that is fine, because whatever. But Nathan, you said that women's rights are under assault nationally, which is so true. Just women are under assault nationally because the UN redefined women, right? And in doing that, as we talk about history and different things, it's like that changes history, because you can't go to somebody from the 1920s and ask them what a woman is and have him say, a man that dresses in women's clothing and cuts off his penis, and yeah, that's what a woman is. So you're changing history by pushing this narrative. I'm not saying that trans people shouldn't have equal rights to things, but when we try and redefine what a woman is, they need to have their own definition. But you're erasing women by giving them the same playing field. And then men can go in and play in women's sports, so the whole sports history is gonna be changed from this. Everything is gonna be changed by that. Because then you can't say, well, women didn't vote. Yeah, they did. They were just men at the time. So it's like everything gets blurred and totally screwed up. It's like a big old mess. And so in doing all those things, you guys want to talk about like stopping this stuff, but in everything that you do, you perpetuate it. And it's sad because it is changing history, and it's going to from now on. And now we're indoctrinating kids to do the same. And it couldn't be more sad because you're erasing women.
Thank you. Final call for Alejandro Sanchez. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone.
Good afternoon, President Vargas and Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a parent and a San Diego resident, and I'm deeply concerned with the expansion of the marijuana industry in our unincorporated communities. When discussing expansion, I urge you to consult with our own county healthcare professionals who are responsible for providing updated and accurate information regarding the impact of high-potency THC products on our children, both young and old. Daily news articles depict tragic situations in our city due to marijuana misuse among children and teens. This unfortunate situation must be addressed and acknowledged by this board. NBC reported Thursday how many more young kids in San Diego are being hospitalized after eating cannabis products. A local pediatrician said Rady Children's Hospital's average patient suffering the effects of cannabis ingestion is just 2 years old. And in 2022, the California Marijuana Impact reported the number of calls to poison control centers for kids 0 to 12. It had increased by more than 2,000% due to marijuana consumption. Dr. Lobb at Rady's stated, we are seeing kids get very sick. Even just one edible looks harmless, like a gummy bear, can cause seizures, stop breathing, and the child can end up in the intensive care unit. Edibles can be left in purses, beside bed tables, on the ground, in junk drawers. Wherever these edibles are, kids are eating them because they're delicious and they're colorful and they look like gummy bears. Please take into account the negligence for public safety the marijuana industry is proving. Stronger protections and regulations need to become a priority.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Ann Riddle here. Thank you for this opportunity to share some information that impacts the parent world of decision making. Several people from the county and across the nation are in Vienna as part of the annual report from the International Narcotics Control Board. The report that was issued and the press release that followed mentioned several issues regarding drug use across the world. Those comments made in the report regarding marijuana included the comment that the data concerning negative health effects and psychotic disorders associated with marijuana users are not depicted with great accuracy, and so our young people are not receiving the information they need. They mentioned that global medical facility admissions related to cannabis dependence and withdrawal have increased 8-fold. Also, admissions for cannabis-related psychotic disorders have quadrupled worldwide. New cannabis-based products, including edibles and vaping products marketed in eye-catching packaging, have increased this trend, warning that these tactics just trivialize the impact of marijuana use in the public eye, especially among a younger demographic. I'd like to respectfully suggest that the county delay further action on expanding marijuana businesses in the county so that we aren't behind the curve in a drug use problem that continues to unfold before us all. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Kevin Stevenson, the worm, and I'm using that word as a joke, truth. Anyways, so I just wanted to respond to some of the comments made earlier today in regards to Sandag. There's a lot of misinformation about this whole mileage tax thing. I would like to remind the people who are whining about this as much as they are that this tax, if it ever goes into effect, will not go into effect until 2030 at the absolute soonest. And yet we have Mr. Jim Desmond on that podium over there essentially gaslighting a bunch of people, tricking them into believing that, oh no, they're trying to force you out of your cars right now, and they're gonna make people take public transportation when they don't want to. And that's like literally all that he tweets about anymore. I mean, I got his Twitter feed right here. I don't even have to scroll that far down. Just $65 billion away from Sandag's boondoggle, and that's in regards to the California bullet train. Sandag wants to do this. The state wants to do this. The federal government wants to do this in regards to, I don't know, per mile toll in the Bay Area or something. There's so much misinformation about this mileage tax that I'm beginning to not want to hear the term mileage tax anymore. Not because of the mileage. I'm not against adequately funding our infrastructure. I'm just sick of the freaking constant misinformation perpetuated by the likes of KUSI and Mr. Jim Desmond. And I am tired of Chair Vargas being smeared, being slandered by those individuals like KUSI and the people in public like Audra
Thank you.
and Mark.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hello, Supervisors. This is Peggy Walker. I don't know if you heard it, but the President of Mexico, of all people, commenting on spiraling U.S. fentanyl and drug use, told America, you need to stop your social decay. We should all think about that because what he said is right. Drug use is out of control here, as depicted in daily media reports. I want to acknowledge the county for its new resource to battle fatal opioid overdoses in the Lockstone vending machine at McAllister Recovery Center in Chula Vista, and the promise of more of those to come. Putting reversal medication in the hands of anyone free of charge is essential. But while this harm reduction strategy is essential, it also points out urgent need for greater prevention measures to keep people from starting opioid or fentanyl use in the first place. Medical and treatment communities say greater marijuana use prevention is essential. As addiction and ER specialist Dr. Ronit Leff stated, all the fentanyl patients she's ever seen have begun with marijuana. Please consider this gateway relationship between marijuana and fentanyl and other drugs as you push pot businesses into rural areas. Consider how communities will address the increased health issues, the social costs, and negative consequences as they are exposed to more addictive products. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Truth. So I want to provide some critical information in time for Brain Injury Awareness Month. I'm such a helpful person who does the right thing no matter how I've been mistreated, because the bigger picture is more important than one's petty pride or storm cloud. I found out that retired Sheriff Anthony Ray is now the director of Sandag's Automated Regional Justice Information System. He's still working with Kelly Martinez and Summer Stephan to ensure injustice. Anthony can now be reached at 619-952-2605 and aray@argus.org. Remember on February 28th when I spoke about the Frankie Greer case against the county? Sheriff put him on top of a 3-tier jail bunk despite him having a seizure disorder, so he suffered a brain injury. Well, the county just had to pay Frankie over $7.7 million, and they only did that to avoid trial and have those internal sheriff's records released. But here's what Helen and former Sheriff Bill Gore said on May 26, 2021.
We also have an issue with triple bunking.
Yeah,
that's
BSCC.
We have to get into compliance with that.
We can't comply with Board of State and Community Corrections as long as we're continuing to triple bunk.
Everyone knew there was a problem. From a March 4th San Diego Union Tribune article, quote, the Critical Incident Review Board is an internal department panel that examines cases of deputy misconduct and error. Judge Jinsip Ota allowed the Greer Critical Incident Report, although they were sealed at Kelly Martinez's and the county's request. Attorney Eugene Iredale said, the conduct of the Sheriff's Department was the product of systemic failures in training and supervision, end quote. Here's looking at you, nefarious Nicholas A. Gonzalez, criminal number 0283, with guilty credit shout-outs to Drink Nazi Jose L. Ramos Jr., Mini Muscles Brittany K. Ear, Appeaser Alfredo Angulo, and Bathroom Combos Bryce R. Barker. I'm the secret buster, like I said. I will find out everything necessary.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. That concludes the request for non-agenda public communication.
With that, we'll proceed to public comment on closed session. Can you please call the speaker?
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 2 requests to speak on matters on the closed session agenda, 1 in person and 1 by phone. I'd like to invite forward Audra. For the individual that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you.
You know my name. As we talk about legal matters, the fact that you guys want to, that you are having more staff in the public defender's office, as we also engage in more behavioral health stuff, I would tread lightly because that could lead you guys down a path of having more legal matters than you need. Because you talk about wanting to like stop people from going to jail and doing all these things to keep people out of the system. Why do you need more public defenders then? And to expand that so much. It's like 110 new staff for that. Is that due to your anticipated behavioral health issues? Because you're going to be needing to take conservatorship over people. What do you think, Jim? You think that's why? Or you just think it's for me? Who knows? I mean, I guess it took, 8 cops to sit there while I got beat up. You probably just need 90 public defenders to help me out there. Would make sense. But yeah, it's just a little disturbing. Yeah, and I, again, look forward to the day when we get to deal with my legal matters with you guys, because that will not go away. It's going to happen, and you're going to have to face the light and be like, was that right or not? I mean, because at this point, you guys condone it. Oh, you're like, you know what? We don't want people to be assaulted. Just Audra. Just Audra. And as we talk about Brain Injury Month, yeah, concussions suck when you have your head slammed into the cement. It's good. It's really good. And then have somebody's arm rolled over the back of your head is so good. You guys.
We'll now hear from the individual that requested to speak by phone.
Truth. Case A is the County of San Diego versus Amerisource Birkin Corp. The county is riding the coattails of the U.S. Department of Injustice's lawsuit against opioid scapegoat Amerisource Bergen. But since Amerisource pushes diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as environmental social governance, who cares about them? Case D is Stephen Dalton versus the County of San Diego. Stephen alleges that a sheriff falsely arrested him during one of many serious situations with one of his daughters that have been full of threats of violence, juvenile court, and psychiatric interventions. Case E is Keith Wayne Kirk versus Lieutenant Adam Arkwright. Keith alleges he was subjected to cruel and unusual punishment by having meals withheld and by filthy conditions of confinement at the San Diego Central Jail. Case H is another county council out the door. This is at least number 5 since this board came into position. Case I is about the new mystery CAO that could be from anywhere in the world. It's like Russian roulette, the rigged version. And Case B is the Chaldean Coalition versus the County of San Diego Independent Redistricting Commission. The Redistricting Commission left District 2 underpopulated and split the East County Chaldean community in half, violating state law requirements that redistricting must not have partisan considerations, must have districts of approximately equal population, and must not break up protected communities. Attorney Paul M. Jonas said, quote, "The commission chose to prioritize the BIPOC community, a political term popularized by Black Lives Matter, over a constitutionally protected religious and ethnic minority community. This was done at the behest of PANA, a nonprofit funded by Black Lives Matter, whose clear goal was to break up the Chaldean community and dilute their vote," end quote. The whole redistricting was complete gerrymandering, and everybody knows it. Yet last year, on March 1st, Nora gave PANA's Rama Saeed a proclamation. Sickening. That's why there are lawsuits. And there's just going to be more. And you guys are going to pay even more, millions and millions of dollars every year. You allow.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. That concludes the request to speak on closed session matters.
All right, with that, we're going to proceed to closed session. Well, we're going to do 30 minutes for lunch, and then we're going to proceed to closed session. And with that, this session is adjourned.
The board will recess into closed session to consider those matters listed under item 26 on today's regular agenda, as well as item 1 on the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority agenda. If there are any reportable actions, they will be reported out during the planning and land use session of this meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, March 15th, 2023.